Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. I see our participant list is starting to trickle in, so thank you all for joining us today. Before we get started, just want to give a couple overview items, and mostly that we are using this Zoom for Government platform. And as attendees, you will have access to the Q&A function for the next 3 days meetings. There will be a few spaces throughout the meeting where you can ask questions to our panelists, and even if they don't have time to answer in real time, or if we don't have time to get to Q&A at the end of the session, they may be able to answer you directly to answer your question. The chat function additionally allows attendees to message hosts and panelists, especially if you're having any difficulties with our platform. I also want to note that we do have ASL interpreters available for this meeting. And if you are needing to use this service, please make sure to pin the interpreters to your screen. We also have closed captions available as well. Additionally, we'll be live streaming the meeting to our YouTube channel in real time, and we'll be recording our meeting. The recordings will be available on heat.gov as well as the National Integrated Heat Health Information Systems YouTube page. And thank you so much for attending our meeting, and I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan Lynch with CDC to give a quick overview of NIHHIS.
Thank you so much for being here. NIHHIS is supporting this event, and just a quick little plug for our service. CDC's Environmental Health Nexus is a collection of communication activities that brings together environmental health experts from many different partner organizations. We host and support online conferences, training events, webinars, and meetings. We produce a monthly newsletter for the environmental health community, and it's pretty popular. It has about a 47% open rate, so it's worth subscribing to. We also produce podcasts based on interviews with environmental health practitioners. So the best way to learn about our upcoming activities is to subscribe to our newsletter. If you would like to subscribe, right after I'm done here, I'm going to post a link in the chat. And also, you can email us at ehnexus@cdc.gov. Thank you. Back to you, Morgan.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. All right, to kick us off, I'm going to turn it over to the NIHHIS co-chairs to get us started. Over to you, Julie.
All right. Good afternoon, morning, evening, maybe for some of you. Welcome to the third National Integrated Heat Health Information System, or NIHHIS, national meeting. I am really thrilled to be saying this is our third. NIHHIS, so I'm Julie Turton. I am one of the NIHHIS co-leads. I am from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I am officially the Climate Health Program Director there and the One Health lead. But in the primary bulk of my duty is actually to help lead the National Integrated Heat Health Information System. I am pleased to be sharing the stage here with my co-chairs. NIHHIS was launched in 2015, recognizing that the country was facing both increased heat, ambient temperatures, nighttime temperatures, daytime highs, and increased frequency, duration, intensity of heat waves, and that we weren't really quite prepared to manage that in going forward. So NOAA and CDC, and parts of NOAA being the climate program and the weather service, and CDC, our Centers for Disease Control colleagues, launched NIHHIS in 2015 to help the country prepare for heat across timescales and become more resilient to extreme heat, both the health impacts and livelihood impacts of that. I think with this, I will turn it over to my CDC colleague and just thank you all for joining us and for being here with us for the next 3 days, we hope. So over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Julie, and hello, everyone. I'm Paul Schramm. I'm one of the NIHHIS co-chairs along with Julie, and I'm the chief of the Climate Health Program at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So on behalf of both CDC and NIHHIS, I want to welcome you and thank you for participating in this meeting. CDC has been working on climate-related health impacts, including the impacts of heat, for well over a decade. So we're really looking forward to expanded work and collaboration on this topic. Heat really is a public health concern with great urgency. Based on information reported in death certificates, an average of over 1,200 heat-related deaths occur in the US each year, And that was from 2019 to 2021. And we know that the true mortality burden is likely much higher than that because heat exposure is a contributing factor to deaths resulting from many different causes. It's also an increase from our previous numbers. CDC's previous reports were that 702 heat-related deaths occurred each year from 2004 to 2018. So it's a growing problem. In addition, on average, there are over 67,000 emergency department visits for heat-related illness in the US each year. So as temperatures continue to rise, as heat waves become longer and more intense, it's more critical now than ever to take action to protect health. And NIHHIS was really formed to tackle this issue, as Julie mentioned. It's a broad collaboration across many government agencies and partners, bringing together people working on public health, meteorology, sustainability, environmental justice, emergency response, all of these different sectors and topic areas, with climate and weather data from NOAA, health data from hospitals and health departments, social vulnerability data from HHS, data on locally implemented adaptations to protect health. With all of this, we're really serving to build the science base and networks that we need to analyze and address the issue. Really working together is the only way we can reduce heat-related illnesses and deaths. So whether you've worked on the human health impacts of heat for a long time, or you're just here to learn more, or you're new to the topic area, we hope this will be a really useful meeting for you. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, John Belbis.
Great. Thanks so much, Paul. And let me add my welcome to everybody. I'm really excited to be here. Many thanks to my NIHHIS and IWG co-chairs, to the White House, which has given us support to be here today, and especially thanks to all of you who are joining us today. I'm just going to say a little bit about the evolution of our federal efforts to coordinate heat response. Julie and Paul have described the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, which is, as Paul described, has been focusing on building the science base and building the networks to support the country in responding to extreme heat. Everything from early warning systems and communications to decision support, policy, and planning. And over the past year, NIHHIS has formally merged with what was a new interagency working group on extreme heat, which had been created through the White House and was primarily focused on coordinating some of the new funding legislation that had been passed, the funding streams like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, as well as working on issues related to regulation, et cetera. So in the past year, this third NIHHIS national meeting is really exciting because now we have an even larger group that is providing enhanced collaboration and coordination across the time span and across the span of activities from heat early warning systems and surveillance to the longer term heat risk mitigation funding and regulations that are also a really important part of the solution. So as we enter into what is likely to be a really intense and challenging heat season, I just want to encourage and maybe even challenge everyone today participating in NIHHIS National to step up in some specific ways to enhance our national responses to heat-related illness and death. First, please help raise awareness among your colleagues and in general among nation's public health officials at all levels, healthcare providers, emergency managers, about all the new tools and resources we'll be featuring, especially those related to early warning and heat response planning. Second, please support the efforts that we need to have robust heat response plans in every jurisdiction in the country. And last, and for maybe selfishly, please communicate back to those of us in the federal government about what is working, what is not, what's helpful, what's not, so we can keep iterating and improving our support for you. So with that, I'm going to close my welcome and say hi to Nick Schufro of FEMA, who will give his welcome as well.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Nick Schufro. I am the acting Assistant Administrator for the Risk Analysis, Planning and Information Directorate, or RAPID, within the Resilience component within FEMA. And I am delighted to be here welcoming you all to the next 3 days of NIHHIS meetings. We, FEMA, are increasingly interested in extreme heat, concerned about extreme heat. So we are, as Dr. Balbus just mentioned, we are some of the newer colleagues who are participating in NIHHIS. We sit on both on the merged NIHHIS Advisory Board, and also with the Interagency Working Group. We're here. Our focus, as many people know, FEMA's mission is to help people before, during, and after disasters. And RAPID, the organization that I lead, focuses on a lot of the work that we do in preparation, anticipation. So a lot of the work that Julie and Paul and John mentioned earlier around early warnings, alerting systems, and that kind of information is our responsibility. So we're delighted to be here. And with that, I will turn it over to Kim McMahon from NOAA. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Welcome, everyone. I'm Kim McMahon. I am the National Weather Service Public Weather Services Program Manager, and extreme heat is just one of the hazards that falls within my program. So I want to point out, as John has mentioned, we are in our third NIHHIS National. Our first one was in 2022, which was also virtual, almost 1,000 attendees. And the Weather Service is really excited that we are keeping this tradition alive, because heat is such a vast and far-reaching hazard. And each year at NIHHIS National, we leave NIHHIS National with even more discussion to have and more work to do. So I think it's very exciting to have all the federal agencies here, as well as participants outside of federal family, to have these discussions and really make an impact. Now, for the past 2 years, and then including this year being our third one, we've had themes that have kind of a common thread throughout. So the first one being defining the problem, from noting the inequities that make themselves more apparent in the face of heat to impacts to our systems and infrastructure, then personal exposure and building human resilience as a second theme. So that includes compounding and cascading hazards such as heat and wildfire smoke, to food insecurity, to outdoor recreation. And our third theme that we've been keeping throughout the NIHHIS national meetings is community heat resilience. So that's learning about resources available to communities, infrastructure modifications being explored, to building heat action plans, which I believe John mentioned earlier. And all of this, all these themes have that underlying thread of what solutions and innovations are being developed, shared, or just on the horizon. And as we go through the next 3 days, I ask that as we move through the panels, the discussions, presentations, we keep in mind that heat is a problem for today and tomorrow. It's a hazard only projected to get worse. So what can we do today, and what do we need to do in the coming years and decades to create a nation that is resilient to heat? And Weather Service is just absolutely thrilled to be part of these conversations, as we tend to be, some of the boots on the ground in the local communities, counties, states, municipalities, providing decision support services to our decision makers and helping to protect lives and property and the enhancement of commerce. So thank you, everyone, and I will hand it back to Paul.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Julie, John, Nick, and Kim for that warm welcome and kind of setting things up for today. And with that, we're going to dive right into our first keynote speaker. So it's my honor to introduce Dr. Mandy Cohen, the Director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Administrator of the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Dr. Cohen's an internal medicine physician and led the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, where she led the expansion of the state's Medicaid program. She previously served as Chief Operating Officer and Chief of Staff of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Dr. Cohen was involved in many aspects of the Affordable Care Act policy development and implementation, including the expansion of coverage, insurance protections, and new provider payment models. In September of 2020, Dr. Cohen was awarded the Leadership in Public Health Practice Award from Harvard University's T.H. Chan School of Public Health for her outstanding leadership through the COVID pandemic. Dr. Cohen joined CDC last year, and this year she named readiness and response to health threats, including response to extreme heat, as one of her 4 priorities. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Cohen.
Glad to be with you to open this third national meeting of partners working together across disciplines to reduce and prevent heat-related illness and death in the United States. When you gathered in April last year, we didn't know that 2023 would be the hottest year on record. And as we gather this year, we recognize that heat poses significant and increasing risks to public health. Extreme heat in the US caused over 65,000 annual emergency department visits and over 1,000 deaths. And this is likely an underestimate. We gather because we know that heat waves are continuing to intensify and last longer, to span larger areas, and are putting lives and well-being of many at risk. Protecting health and improving lives is a team sport, and I'm so grateful that so many of our teammates are represented at this national meeting so we can discuss actionable strategies to make a difference. We have more tools, more data, more information than ever before, and more importantly, we have all of you. One of our 2024 priorities at CDC is readiness and response to health threats, including addressing extreme heat. At CDC, we are bringing our response readiness, expertise, and investments to protect health and improve lives from the impacts of heat. Our scientists and experts are providing critical, historic, current, and forecasted information on the health impacts through the CDC Heat and Health Tracker, which most of you are familiar with, to help people have a better understanding of health risks and how to be better prepared to address associated health impacts of heat. In collaboration with HHS, we're using historic data from the Heat and Health Tracker to develop a new Heat and Health Index. It's a new resource that uses local data on heat-related illness to identify communities where people are most likely to feel the effects of extreme heat on their health. We're also using current data from the tracker to track and report emergency department visits due to heat on a daily basis, which will help improve response efforts during extreme heat events. And in partnership with the National Weather Service, we are using forecasted data from the tracker to launch a heat risk tool, which will provide a 7-day forecast of heat risk. Together, we work to identify temperature thresholds and develop an alert service that issues heat forecasts. CDC will also be releasing clinical guidance for primary care providers to reduce the impact of heat on health, with a focus on children with asthma, pregnant women, and adults with cardiovascular diseases, and in partnership with federally qualified health centers across the country. Since 2010, CDC's Climate and Health Program has provided funding to state, tribal, local, and territorial health departments to prepare for and respond to health effects of a changing climate. Since the launch of this funding in 2021, over 33 million people have benefited from the Building Resilience Against Climate Effects, or BRACE initiatives. As I said earlier, we are gathered because we are hopeful the partnerships represented in this national meeting can make a difference. Thank you again for that hard work, and I look forward to working together.
Great.
Dr.
Julie,
Cohen, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Cohen from the CDC perspective first, just for highlighting the new collaborative heat products, the things that we've done with NOAA, with other parts of HHS, and for that continued support of the work that we're doing on heat and health. So I just wanted to say that thanks before I pass it to you, Julie, to introduce the NOAA administrator.
Well, it's a perfect segue to thank you, Paul, and thank you, Dr. Cohen, for your support. So as I mentioned early on, that NOAA and CDC, both the Weather Service and the climate program of NOAA, which is important, and CDC helped launch NIHHIS, but we did so in the context of the National Security Council Infrastructure Working Group back in 2015. And then shortly thereafter, NOAA and CDC were asked to take the NIHHIS into an agency because it was an experiment in how we could be viable and sustainable over time. And so, ironically, Dr. Spinrad was at that meeting in 2015 in one of his capacities, which I'll introduce in just a second, that helped launch NIHHIS. So we subsequently have been hosting the NIHHIS coordination office, if you will, with one of those things that doesn't happen without all the other agencies involved. But I am really, really honored to have Dr. Spinrad back here today. He's been involved since its inception in 2015. Dr. Richard Spinrad is the Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and the administrator for NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. He was appointed in June of 2021. But before that, well, right before that, he was at Oregon State. But before that, he was actually the chief scientist for NOAA. And before that, he was the head of our research arm of NOAA, which is where I sit. And before that, he was in the Ocean Service, the head of the Ocean Service in NOAA. So he has a long history with NOAA. And also in the Navy, he was with the Office of Naval Research for quite some time. So to have the continuity that he has provided and the support of not only the White House in this administration, but the NOAA leadership and the policy teams at NOAA and the line offices, all of our capacity at NOAA, it's really an honor to be able to introduce Dr. Spinrad. He would be here in person. He also has recorded comments because he's in Singapore, otherwise would be here live with you today. So without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Richard Spinrad.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today for the third annual NIHHIS annual meeting. I'm excited to open with Dr. Mandy Cohen, our long-term partner over at the CDC. I'm especially excited to see our growth over the last 9 years as NIHHIS has expanded to more than 20 partner agencies, and thrilled to have other co-chair agencies like FEMA and HHS join the leadership team. NOAA's mission is to understand and predict changes in climate and weather, and to serve as the federal government's authoritative source for climate products and services in the U.S., essential to building a climate-ready nation. Addressing extreme heat and its consequences is an important part of that work. We're seeking to meet the needs of those at risk to heat and other hazards with equitable climate services, engagement, and partnerships. From June to September of last year, the National Weather Service issued over 2,000 heat warnings and advisories and provided impact-based decision support services for unrelenting heat and compounding severe weather hazards that occurred across the continental US and Puerto Rico. NOAA knows that understanding climate change impacts and gathering and sharing accurate data are essential to protecting communities and safeguarding economies. At the end of March, I was part of USAID's first global summit on extreme heat. I was part of a panel highlighting NOAA's work on heat and our international capacity building, along with global perspectives to mobilizing financing and solutions on extreme heat. We heard about the various actions and innovative solutions that world leaders are taking to reduce the impacts of heat and increase climate preparedness. And we are continuing to strengthen our work on heat with international partners at state and USAID. Climate trends and recent heat events demonstrate the need to make heat a priority for international resilience efforts. This past year was the warmest year on record. Throughout 2023, we saw several notable heat events that brought record-breaking heat to the country and world. Phoenix, Arizona had 31 consecutive days of temperatures above 110 degrees Fahrenheit. In Texas, cities reached all-time heat records of 113 degrees Fahrenheit. Ocean temperatures for the last 11 months were also the hottest on record. Looking forward, there is a 99% chance that 2024 will rank among the 5 warmest years on record. The 2024 year-to-date temperature currently ranks warmest on record. Climate patterns such as El Nino are contributing to high temperatures, but are hardly the only factor. The Pacific Ocean is forecasted to transition relatively rapidly from El Nino to ENSO neutral and then into La Nina in early summer. Even with a potential La Nina later this year, global temperatures are likely to remain elevated for much of the year due to residual impacts from El Nino. Federal agencies recognize that heat must be a priority for US and international resilience. Through the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, NIHHIS, and the White House Extreme Heat Interagency Working Group, agencies are coordinating to better understand the impacts of heat, reduce heat-related illness and death, and support resilience of infrastructure and natural ecosystems to heat. So while all signs point to heat continuing to be an issue in the future, we continue to do all we can to understand, predict, and mitigate the impacts of heat. As part of our efforts to build community heat resilience, NOAA, in collaboration with Campus Strategies LLC, funds and supports the Urban Heat Island, or UHI, mapping campaigns. Through the campaigns, local organizations, such as nonprofits, universities, or local governments, work with community scientist volunteers to collect data on temperature, humidity, time, and GPS location. With these data, communities are able to map detailed heat distribution across hundreds of miles to reveal temperature differences across neighborhoods and determine which areas are at high risk from heat. Since the start of the program in 2017, UHI campaigns have taken place in more than 80 cities and counties across the US and 3 international communities in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Santiago, Chile, and Freetown, Sierra Leone. The campaigns have helped to inform citywide heat resilience plans, determine strategic locations for tree planting and shade structures, education, and communication campaigns, among many more heat resilience efforts. Today, NIHHIS is excited to announce the 14 cities and 3 international cities that have been selected to participate in the 2024 Urban Heat Island mapping campaigns. The selected cities in the US include Charlotte, North Carolina, Norcross, Georgia, Pierce County, Washington, Flint, Michigan, Bloomington, Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Grand Junction, Colorado, Reno Sparks, Nevada, Laredo, Texas, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Hennepin and Ramsey counties, Minnesota, the city of Mexicali in Baja California, Mexico, and the city of Calexico, Imperial County, California. The 3 international cities include Dhaka, Bangladesh, Salvador Bahia, Brazil, and Nairobi, Kenya. The National Heat Strategic Plan is underway. You'll hear more during the White House panel later today. NIHHIS and the White House Extreme Heat Interagency Working Group will continue to coordinate on heat resilience with the launch of the National Heat Strategic Plan later this summer. This plan is the first of its kind and will guide coordinated efforts to address heat risk and heat resilience across 24 federal departments and agencies from 2024 to 2030. The plan outlines efforts to build a societal understanding of heat risk, develop science-based solutions, and improve capacity, communications, and decision-making to ensure a thriving and heat-resilient nation. As we look forward, agencies will continue to build on the momentum of events such as this NIHHIS national meeting, which bring together a variety of people and organizations to develop a shared vision for community heat resilience. Let's continue this conversation at this meeting. Thank you.
And thanks to Dr. Spinrad for inspiring remarks and for also sharing with you all the exciting launch of our Urban Heat Island campaigns, both domestic and international. These are, it's a good time to point out that while this meeting itself is mostly domestically focused, NIHHIS definitely includes international activities, and we work with our partners in the World Meteorological Organization, World Health Organization, Group on Earth Observations, but also through USAID, which Dr. Spinrad highlighted, is really coming to the heat scene and really actively engaged, and our Department of State. So while we have an international focus, we can't do everything in one meeting. So we'll be doing a deeper dive on our international activities over the summer. So just stay tuned for that. But we're very excited to have a very robust engagement now on the international front as well. So Dr. Spinrad, thank you very much for making the time to join us even by video. It was fantastic. And we're very excited to be officially announcing our Urban Heat Island campaigns, both domestic and international. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, John, for a bit of a word from our congressional angle. And over to you, John. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Julie. And again, I'm John Balbus. I serve as the Department of Health and Human Services Deputy Assistant Secretary for Climate Change and Health Equity, and also direct the HHS Office of Climate Change and Health Equity, in addition to serving as a co-chair. I forgot to introduce myself before. But I'm here to for this next section to just highlight that, of course, NIHHIS is a program of the executive branch of our federal government. And we are of course have grown over the last 9 years and done great work. But the executive branch is enabled and funded and supported by the legislative branch of our government. And NIHHIS has enjoyed a very good relationship with congressional leadership who are concerned about the effects of heat on the people in the United States. In past years, we've benefited from having Senator Markey and Representative Bonamici from Oregon participating in NIHHIS and sharing their insights, sharing their views and an overview of the legislation that they had led the co-sponsorship of the Preventing Health Emergencies and Temperature-Related Illness and Death Acts, or the Heat Illness and Deaths Act. And I just want to recognize them and their co-sponsors, Senator Padilla of California, Senator Sinema of Arizona, as well as Representative Strickland from Washington State and Ruben Gallego from Arizona. So we have that history behind us, and today it's my pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, who will be providing pre-recorded remarks. Representative Garcia was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in November of 2018, becoming the first Latina ever to represent the Texas 29th Congressional District. She's a native of Palito Blanco, a South Texas farming community. She has dedicated her life to her community and to public service. As a social worker and legal aid lawyer early in her professional career, she protected her community's most vulnerable, the old and young, and ensured no one was forgotten. She was sworn into the Texas State Senate on March 11, 2013, representing Senate District 6, and became the 7th woman and the 3rd Hispanic woman to serve in the upper chambers of the Texas State Senate. In 2018, Sylvia decided to take her fight to Washington. She ran to represent her community, country, and family in Congress. She was sworn in on January 3rd, 2019, to represent Texas Congressional District 29. In doing so, she became the first Hispanic member of the Houston congressional delegation and one of the first 2 Latinas to represent the state of Texas in the U.S. Congress. Congresswoman Garcia serves as the vice-ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee. And now it's my pleasure to introduce her comments to all of us today.
Hello, this is Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia from Texas. I want to thank the team at NOAA and NIHHIS for inviting me to speak at your 3rd annual meeting on an issue that I know all too well. When I was a little girl, I spent my summers picking cotton in the scorching sun. It was brutal work. There were moments when I had to take brief breaks to go to the wagon, get a dip of water, and sit in the shade under the wagon. Breaks like that were the standard then. It should be no different today. For those without access to cool spaces or work breaks, extreme heat is a matter of life and death. This past summer, 15 people lost their lives to deadly heat waves in Harris County alone. And as you all know, the true number is likely 15 times that, if not more. Despite extreme heat being the #1 weather-related cause of death in the United States, we don't treat it like that. FEMA does not recognize heat as a major disaster. That's why I'm working on essential extreme heat legislation. I am co-sponsoring the Extreme Heat Emergency Act with Representative Gallego of Arizona, which will define extreme heat events as a major disaster and authorize FEMA to provide crucial resources and support to local governments. We all need worker protections. The working class district that I represent includes about 80% of the Houston ship channel. That is a lot of shipping and dock workers, truck drivers, construction workers, and other outdoor workers, not to mention the warehouse workers inside buildings that lack air conditioning. There's no heat standard at the federal level, except for the military. And only 3 states have a heat standard for work protection. That has got to change. That is why I introduced the Construction Injury Prevention Act. This bill would require OSHA to issue guidelines with real teeth that require at least 1 15-minute paid rest break every 4 hours of construction work. Often, heat falls on an empty seat. We hear it all the time. Heat affects everyone, yet often it is no one's problem. In Houston, we know hurricanes and floods. For those, we work on resiliency and mitigation. It's time to think the same way about extreme heat. Our most vulnerable community members lack the resources to adapt and recover. We must increase awareness of extreme heat and then more resources for our children, emergency responders, and high-risk groups within our community. Some communities have taken that head on, and other governments should follow suit. That's why I'm working to create new federal grants to empower cities, counties, and states to establish their own dedicated heat czar or heat office to develop region-specific heat action plans, plans for shade, green spaces, coordinate emergency response, and share best practices. We need regional coordinators to support smaller localities and guide them on getting started. We also need better data on how many people are dying from heat to know that our solutions are working, and we need to give our public health workers the support that they need. We need to collaborate and use NIHHIS as a hub for heat health, including on-the-ground response. We should take what is great about the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, FEMA, and the EPA, and connect these experts with states in need. I hope y'all will take the opportunity this week to meet new people, learn something new about heat health, work across boundaries and borders and bureaucracy, and help us beat the heat. Thank you for having me, and best wishes.
So if we were all in a big room together, this would be my time to say, let's give a big round of applause to Representative Garcia. And I say that because I think it's truly inspiring to see leadership in our Congress who not only understand the priority and the need to prioritize heat health, but bring that lived experience that Representative Garcia does to her work. And I just want to acknowledge her leadership and also the leadership of Director Cohen and Administrator Spinrad, all of whom are helping us get the work done. With that, I get to turn it back to Julie Turton of NOAA and NIHHIS to take us through the agenda for the coming 3 days.
Thank you, John. So yeah, it is inspiring. You took the word out of my mouth, actually. It is, there are a lot of pieces of legislation that have been introduced and a few that I understand are still moving, of course. And it's really nice to see both of the branches of government really trying to make a difference here on the heat front. So yeah, and thank you to Congresswoman Garcia and to Senator Markey and Congresswoman Bonamici, who have also supported some legislation, of which there are numerous pieces. So this is a great transition now because we've sort of set the stage of NIHHIS and the White House Interagency Working Group on Extreme Heat, kind of the key players in this. And I am now just going to have the very practical role of running you through the agenda for the next couple of days, so you know what's ahead of you and where to engage and how to engage and all of that. So we have divided the days by sort of thematic area. Today is really defining the heat problem. So we're setting the federal context. We'll have some state and local context. And actually, you know, one of the goals of NIHHIS has, since its inception and from the White House IWG as well, really been to engage outside the federal government. It's harder, as many of you know, to engage state, local, tribal, territorial folks, regular folks on an ongoing basis. So this is one of our ways of doing so. And so you'll see throughout the agenda different levels of government engagement, and we hope to continue that in more robust ways. So we really do also want your feedback, how to make these more useful to you as well. So day one is defining the heat problem. We've already heard from the congressionals. We'll have a session on the overview of the problem, which we're doing a little differently, which will give you a little bit of a hint of what's coming in the upcoming season. As Dr. Spinrad mentioned, what is in store for us in 2024 based on the projections. So we're going to hear a little bit about that. We will have a 15-minute break. So we've started later to accommodate West Coast folks. So we're just giving ourselves a break to go stretch, get some fresh air, grab some water, coffee, whatever you want. There will be a federal roundtable led by our White House Council on Environmental Quality, who is under which the Extreme Heat Working Group and NIHHIS fall. And so you'll hear a little bit about federal activities there. And then we are absolutely thrilled to have our closing keynote speaker, Jeff Goodell, who wrote The Heat Will Kill You First, a recent bestseller. If you haven't seen it, you should go check it out between now and then. We're going to hear from him at the end of the day. And then following this, which is not on here, but it is on the overall agenda when you registered, we have a networking session. So if you want to talk with, Jeff Goodell, you can go speak with him in the networking session. We have Federation of American Scientists. Actually, I'm probably not going to get all of them right. We have 6 or 7 non-governmental organizations that have signed up, and we'll put that list up at the end so you can pick where you want to go. But you can go talk to them about their tools and their science, what they're doing, their advocacy. We actually will go on the Fed side, want to talk to you as well. So there will be one space that will be open for NIHHIS. And if you want to talk about NIHHIS or you just want to figure out which breakout to go to, but you will have to switch platforms at the end of the day. So at the close of Jeff Goodell's talk, you'll be able to click on the new function and just kind of go into this other room. So that is the afternoon networking session. Again, we're trying virtual networking, which we've done every year. Then opening tomorrow morning at 11 is a communications coffee. So thank you for moving forward. The theme of the day is personal exposure to heat, but we have had an ongoing theme of enhancing and coordinating the federal communications for the upcoming heat season. So we have a whole communications plan from soup to nuts, from webinars to social media campaigns to public service announcements. And we have had the opportunity to engage with several, like almost 180 of you in November to help coordinate and give input into what we on the federal side could do. So this coffee hour on Wednesday morning is actually designed to give a little bit of feedback about what's in the federal plan, how to leverage this, how we can work together, what kind of, social media, graphics, campaigns we can use together. So please join that coffee communications chat. We just want to hear what you're doing, show a little bit about what we're doing. So that's how we're going to handle the communications. Then you've got all of day 2, Wednesday, April 17th. Again, we'll have focus on personal exposure to heat. We'll have at-risk populations, heat and outdoor recreation, a multi-hazard, which we haven't done before, and then heat in a clinical setting. So really getting to the medical doctor kind of component to this. The multi-hazards is interesting because we are obviously all aware that, heat doesn't act on communities or people in isolation, but we have, heat and air quality, heat and wildfires, heat and food security. So we will be addressing some of that tomorrow for the first time in NIHHIS National. So very eager to hear about all of that tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we will be going on to the community resilience piece. And that we're really pleased to have a keynote speaker. As I mentioned earlier, we're not having a deep dive on international, but in the National Heat Strategic Plan, there is very clearly a lot of international engagement. And one of the areas is heat and conflict, heat and peace, and heat and even civil unrest, which applies both internationally and domestically. So we have a keynote speaker opening our session on Thursday. We're very excited about that. We have a roundtable, which I'll explain a little bit more later, but we might have, that was designed to give communities that have done heat planning or what you're doing over this, what you're planning to do over the summer, a chance to hear from the chief heat officers about what they're doing in their communities, but also to share with us what you're doing. So that roundtable is going to be a very interactive session. So if you are doing heat planning or want to do heat planning, please come join us for sure for that session. We've got the work about indoor spaces, which of course is where most people actually take ill. Well, a lot of people take ill from heat is indoor spaces. So we're excited about that. And then we have a whole policy session that has been developed and is going to be led by some of our non-governmental friends, the Natural Resources Defense Council. And then what is it that people are doing? Let's have some innovation in the cooling space here. So we're going to end on a positive note with what are some of the interesting things that people are doing to manage heat. I think with that, let me just make sure with Morgan, I haven't missed any instructions I'm supposed to give, but I'm pretty sure that we are on track. And yep, there we go. So that's what's coming. Today is a little bit more of different pockets of what is the context, what is the nature of the problem. Interact tonight though, so please join us for the networking session. You can also join on heat.gov and register if you're not on and you don't catch the link. You can go to heat.gov and register for the networking session and the coffee session in the morning. And do try to come to that, because that communications group, we had a workshop, a series of workshops actually, but the one in November had a lot of non-federal engagement, and we really want to connect with all of you and let you know what we took ideas from you and what we did with it, and then how to make sure that we're leveraging that with you for the coming heat season. All right. I think without further ado, I will go on and shift to the next session here, which is the overview of the problem. And I am pleased to introduce Maggie Allen. She is our Climate Health Policy Program Coordinator at NOAA, a relatively new position. And in the federal panel, you'll understand a little bit about what we're doing to support NIHHIS at NOAA, but she is a part of that. And she actually comes to us with a policy background and an education background. And so she's going to lead us through the overview of the problem, looking back at the heat season, also what we should expect moving forward. So Maggie, over to you.
Thank you, Julie, and thanks for introducing me so I don't have to. So I'll just jump right into introducing our speakers that I'll be moderating today. So this is the very first panel of NIHHIS National today, which I'm excited to moderate, and it will provide an overall look of this problem of extreme heat. So our speakers will be reflecting on the 2023 heat season, as well as looking ahead and forecast so we can better prepare for the 2024 heat season. There will also be a case study on Louisiana from last year's heat season and a presentation on heat-related death statistics. So I'll go ahead and introduce our first speaker. So I think she already introduced herself when we started, but just to reiterate, our first speaker is Kimberly McMahon, who is NOAA's National Weather Service's Public Weather Services Program Manager, guiding National Weather Service policy involving extreme temperatures, including heat as well as cold, and as well as wind, frost or freeze, fog, dust, and other weather phenomenon. Kim oversees the policies, procedures, and guidelines of 122 local NWS forecast offices. She's worked in various offices of around the country, regional headquarters and national headquarters of the NWS for 20 years. She's also a co-lead of NIHHIS, founded by NOAA and the CDC, of course, to coordinate and collaborate on research initiatives and messaging regarding heat and heat health across federal agencies. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass it over to Kim.
Thanks, Maggie. Today, I'm going to give a review of the record-breaking 2023 heat season. So next slide. In order to get started, looking at a global context, you can see on the map on the left-hand side, there was record warmest and much warmer than average for pretty much the entire globe for 2023 from January to December. It was the warmest year on record globally for land and ocean, and this crushed the previous record by 0.15 degrees Celsius, which was set back in 2016. And the warmest 10 years, or the 10 warmest years on record since 1850 have been the last 10 years. So we are living in the warmest decade. So next slide. And to note that for the Weather Service, it was a very busy year for us with over 2,100 heat advisories and warnings, which were issued in 2023, and that's about 1,000 more than 2022, and about 3 times the number that was issued back in 2018, just 5 years ago. And you can see on the map on the top right, areas by local weather forecast office area of responsibility. Almost the entire U.S. experienced one or more heat events worthy of an advisory or a warning. In fact, if you take into account the amount of time a Weather Service local office had heat-related warnings or advisories and express it as a percentage of time of the year, Puerto Rico had Weather Service heat-related alert in effect 39%. of the time. Second was Corpus Christi at 24, Houston, San Antonio, and Dallas Fort Worth offices all tied for third at 19% of the year. Next slide. A different perspective of the warnings and advisories, you can see the count of these products across 2023. So on the x-axis across the bottom, we have January through December, and on the y-axis or vertical, we have the count per day of excessive heat warnings or heat advisories. June saw a significant increase with a secondary peak in late June. And then in July, 67% of Weather Service heat warnings and advisories were issued in a 7-week period from July 11th through August 28th, which is outlined in that black rectangle. Moving on to the next slide. So why meteorologically did we have such a persistent hot summer? Starting on the left, you can see the area of orange and red over central Mexico and South Texas during the month of June. And this indicates areas of anomalously strong high pressure, or what we call a ridge, at the mid-levels of the atmosphere. As we move into the center, we're looking at July with even greater anomalously high pressure building across the entire southern US and clearly showing the greatest anomalies in the Southwest. As we move to the right-hand image, in August, the ridge persisted over Texas and Louisiana with some lighter orange areas indicating more transient heat in the Northwest and the Midwest. Moving on to our next slide, we go from looking at what happened in 2023 based on high pressure to looking at what happened or what the temperatures that resulted from that high pressure. So last summer in June, July, and August, the chart on the left shows air temperatures of 2 to 4 standard deviations above normal across the Southwest into Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And on the right, we saw the Gulf of Mexico reach a record high for average sea surface temperatures with 3 to over 4 standard deviations above normal. And I'm sure many of you heard about the record-breaking water temperatures off the Florida Keys. Moving on to the next slide. As I stated before, 2023 was the warmest year on record, and it was warm across the U.S. with 13% of all U.S. counties reported record warmth and 62% in their top 10 warmest years. So when you take those top 10 warmest years by county and plot them with counties with high social vulnerability index, that's CDC's social vulnerability index, approximately 38 million people live in that intersection of socially vulnerable and significantly warm temperatures in 2023. So very, very large amount of our population and of the country, of course. Moving on to our next slide. Another way to look at the heat from last year is to consider the number of 100-degree days. And you can see in the image, changing between two images, but the one that's mostly red and orange, or yellow, orange, and red, shading shows that South Texas and the Sonora Desert in Arizona had a similar number of 100-degree days. So that was the very, very dark, deep red, showing a lot of days above 100 degrees. The other image that's transposing with the shading of some light blues is showing anomalies as the shading, with warm colors being above normal and cool colors being below normal. So the persistent heat across Texas, Louisiana, and southern Mississippi is apparent in that orange and red shading, focusing on areas with 15 to over 40 days above 100 degrees, which were above normal. And there are some small circles, or a small circle on the map near Victoria, Texas, which registered 58-day anomaly compared to a 5-year average for days above 100 degrees. Moving on to our next slide. In July 2023, it was the warmest month of any month on record. And here we show several cities with record-breaking average July temperatures, with Phoenix breaking the previous record by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, El Paso breaking their record by 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, along with 10 other locations that also broke their records for the month of July. Moving on to the next slide. As average temperature implies, we're not just looking at daytime high temperatures, but we're also looking at overnight low temperatures too. 2023 saw 90 record-setting or record-tying maximum temperatures and 125 record-breaking warm minimum temperatures. So while the days were getting hot, then the nights were staying hot. So moving on to our next slide, just focusing on one example of reported impacts from the heat. Maricopa County's Department of Public Health preliminary 2023 report noted 64% of all heat-related deaths in their county occurring in July, with an average of 13 heat-related deaths per day. This coincides with Phoenix breaking the record hottest month by nearly 44 degrees Fahrenheit and a new record for consecutive days with 110 degrees Fahrenheit or hotter temperatures, which was for 31 days ending July 30th. And to emphasize the hot overnight temperatures, Phoenix had an all-time record warm minimum temperature of 97 degrees Fahrenheit on July 19th. So it's 97 degrees was the low for that night. Moving on to our next slide. In 2023, the Weather Service started its first year of extreme temperature key messages, which is coordinated across timescales. So from day 1 through week 2 of the forecast between our Weather Prediction Center and our Climate Prediction Center. These key messages included information about location, severity, and duration of the forecast extreme heat impacting large geographic areas. And we made them available on heat.gov as well, with the red banner that you can see in the bottom left-hand image. This year, we are excited to announce that we are expanding our Western Region Heat Risk Prototype from coast to coast, and NOAA National Weather Service is holding a webinar with CDC on what that heat risk tool is and how to interpret the data on April 22nd. So you can go to heat.gov for more information about that webinar and to register. Our next slide, looking back at 2023 and our key messages that we started, specifically for Health and Human Services Region 6, where New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana are located. We see days in red when we had key messages in effect corresponding to increases in heat-related emergency department visits. So while it's difficult and there's no standard on how to measure the success of messaging of this type, this correlation indicates that we captured most of the heat health impactful days. And we think those types of analysis will be important to evaluate heat-related messaging, given the lack of immediate feedback to forecasters, the way that we would normally see for a tornado, severe thunderstorm, or a snow report. Unfortunately, with heat impacts, we sometimes don't know the true toll until months later. So closing out with my last slide, I just want to thank Greg Carbon and Alex Lamers of our Weather Service Prediction Center, as well as my colleague Jessica Lee, who's the Public Program Coordinator. So back to you, Maggie.
Thank you, Kim. All right, so I'm going to introduce our next two speakers now. So we have Anna Riley, who is an environmental health scientist and epidemiologist at the Louisiana Department of Health, the Office of Public Health, in the section of environmental epidemiology and toxicology. Dr. Riley has an MPH in epidemiology and a PhD in pharmacology from Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center. And she leads the CDC NIHHIS grant, which funds Louisiana's occupational health and injury surveillance program. Dr. Riley's focus lies in addressing heat-related illnesses, and notably, she's spearheaded the launch of the Occupational Heat-Related Illness Prevention Program in 2021, which elevated Louisiana's program capacity for impactful projects. Recently, the program implemented syndromic surveillance to provide real-time data to enhance early public health responses. And then Sarah Baker is the Climate and Health Officer at the New Orleans Department of Health. After graduating with an MS-PH in Environmental Health Science from Tulane School of Public Health and Tropical Medicine in 2022, she joined the Public Health Emergencies and Environmental Health Unit of the New Orleans Health Department as the Climate and Health Officer. In the time she spent there, she's focused on increasing the data collection capabilities of the unit while building partnerships with relevant agencies to better develop local intervention proposals aimed at addressing the hyper-local health impacts of climate change. So with that, Sarah and Anna, please feel free to take it away.
Sorry, on mute. Hi, and thanks for inviting Sarah and I to talk about our experiences with heat-related illness this past summer in Louisiana and New Orleans. Next slide. So the Occupational Heat-Related Illness Prevention Program, or our HRI program, started in 2021, and it's the first comprehensive heat-related illness program at the Louisiana Department of Health, or LDH. So our HRI program is part of the Louisiana Occupational Health Program, which is funded through CDC's National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or NIHHIS, the state-based occupational health surveillance program. So while the HRI program does place emphasis on workers, workers are not the sole focus, and the aim of the program is to protect everyone from the dangers of heat. One of our program goals for 2023 was to start using syndromic surveillance to track emergency department or ED visits for heat-related illness in Louisiana and to make that data publicly available. So syndromic surveillance is particularly attractive because it's more real-time than ED or inpatient hospitalization data, which have a lag time of at least 1 to 2 years. And it's also because it's there is also the ability to incorporate other near real-time data, such as temperature or air quality data, to enrich the results of syndromic surveillance data. And having more information more quickly allows for faster public health response. So in Louisiana, we use the web-based ESSENCE, which stands for Electronic Surveillance System for Early Notification of Community-Based Epidemics. And ESSENCE is hosted on CDC's National Syndromic Surveillance Program's BioSense platform. And ESSENCE currently captures data for about 90% of Louisiana's EDs. We performed syndromic surveillance of heat-related ED visits for April through October, and we collaborated with LDH's Bureau of Health Informatics to visualize the data in Tableau. The data was displayed by date, location, day of the week, age group, sex, race, and ethnicity. And in addition to our syndromic surveillance, we also had heat-related deaths that we tracked and were also visualized. And all of that data were displayed on LDH's heat-related illness and deaths dashboard page and were updated weekly. And some of the images on this slide are examples from that dashboard page. So after our surveillance period ended, we produced a summary report, and I'm going to share some of those results with you now. So next slide. So here we have the state daily maximum temperatures, which are plotted against the daily HRI ED visits. And the daily number of ED visits generally followed the fluctuations in temperature. The days with the highest number of visits were earlier in the season, in late June, despite higher temperatures occurring later in the season in August. And the unprecedented heat that we experienced in Louisiana last summer resulted in unprecedented numbers of heat-related ED visits and deaths. The number of heat-related ED visits captured by syndromic surveillance was twice the yearly average number of heat-related ED visits we see in Louisiana from 2010 to 2020. And there were more than 3 times the number of heat-related deaths in 2023 compared to the yearly average number of heat-related deaths that we saw from 2010 to 2022. In 2023, the statewide maximum temperature was above 95 degrees for 56 days, with August having the most at 27 days. And in comparison, there were only 15 days where the maximum temperature exceeded 95 degrees from 1991 to 2020. Next slide. So males accounted for 76% of all of our resident HRI ED visits, and there were more males than females for every age group. For ages 20 to 59, 8 out of every 10 visits was a male patient, and the male rate was approximately 4.4 times the female rate for ages 30 to 39. And the elevated rate amongst males is partially influenced by heat exposure amongst workers, with outdoor occupations being male-dominated. Next slide. The racial breakdown was 49% white and 38% Black, and Black Louisianians had a higher overall rate of HRIED visits than white Louisianians. The rate for Black residents was higher for whites in every age group, and the highest rate and count for both Blacks and whites was in the 30 to 44-year-old age group. Next slide. 86% of work-related HRI visits were males. 58% of the visits were males between the ages of 20 and 49. And for females, the highest number of visits occurred amongst patients 20 to 29 years old. Next slide. Syndromic, did I skip a slide? No, I'm sorry. 86, did I skip it? Oh no, I'm sorry. Did I skip a slide? 86%, did the work related? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself or behind. So syndromic surveillance data for heat-related illness were instrumental in informing state and local policies and practices related to heat and health. In addition to the numerous interviews that the program staff staff conducted with local and health and national media, our work this past summer contributed to the governor of Louisiana declaring a state of emergency for extreme heat, and also a health alert network message was issued to all Louisiana physicians. A state of emergency was also declared by the mayor of New Orleans, and so now I'll let Sarah Baker from the New Orleans Health Department present some of the New Orleans specific data and experiences that that happened this past summer. Next slide. Yeah.
Thanks, Anna.
Yeah.
So I'm going to quickly go over just some of the actions that the city took in response to the first ever heat-related emergency declaration that the city experienced, as well as the state. Next slide, please. So on the right, you can see the number of NWS heat-related alerts that the city specifically experienced over the summer, and then comparatively to years past. Just to kind of show that this summer was incredibly warm compared to previous. So some of the actions that the city took for the general public were to open daytime cooling centers. There were 2 big holidays that happened over the weekend. So some of the recreational facilities that would normally be open were going to be closed during periods of extreme heat. And so the city worked to open those during the weekend to give people a place to go where they could shelter from the heat. There was a cooling resource map that was sent out, and NOLA Ready sent out text alerts to the public to keep them informed about the temperatures and the weather alerts. For the members of the unhoused population, there was an emergency overnight cooling center that was opened toward the end of August after about 14 days of consecutive excessive heat warning days. The city also partnered with the film companies. At the time, the writer's strike was happening, so a lot of film companies were light on work when they would normally be having a lot of work, and so we were able to utilize one of their air-conditioned tents that they normally use for filming and set that up at one of the larger established homeless encampments in the city to provide people with some relief from the heat. And then we also passed out water bottles daily to the known homeless encampments at the time. For hospitals and other medical providers, we provided communication with hospital administration just to provide guidance and then available resources to safely discharge patients. And this is usually in the case where a patient that is being discharged might be homeless or might not have a place to go. And so we just want to work with hospital administration to make sure that we're giving them the resources they need to make sure that these patients aren't being discharged to the sidewalk. Next slide, please. For nursing homes and independent living facilities, we do have ordinances that require that these facilities maintain contact with the city. So every 24 hours, they are required to fill out a short survey and submit it to city's emergency management team. And then if we don't receive contact every 24 hours, we will reach out and follow up with that facility. And then because it is required by ordinance, if they continue to be non-compliant and not responding, an adjudication hearing will be set. And then so for schools, again, we provided guidance to school administration via emails about safe practices surrounding recess and sports events. we found that there isn't a set guidance for these sorts of things or threshold levels for heat. And so it was kind of working with people to just relay some of the information that is available. And then for special events, specifically large outdoor events, we worked with the event management to ensure that they were providing attendees with water and access to shade, and then also ways to communicate with attendees about exposure to heat. And this was specifically in relation to Essence Fest, which happens over the summer. Next slide, please. This is something that the city health department came up with in response to the fact that going into the summer of 2023, we didn't really have any recommended action thresholds for extreme heat. And we adapted this based on the Arizona Department of Health Services plan. Next slide. And then we are also working to publish our first heat and health report. We're hoping that this is going to be an annual report, and I see that we're at time, so I'm going to quickly wrap up. These are some of the sources that we used for the report. Next slide. And then just to quickly emphasize that based on the findings of the report, we saw that there was a huge connection between heat-related fatalities and a lack of access to AC and residential fatalities specifically. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Anna. Thank you for staying to time. That's a lot to cover. So right with that, I will pass it over to Steve Baxter, who's the National Weather Service Climate Services Program Manager, a role he's held since 2021, where he coordinates NWS's policy related to climate services delivery. Before that, he served as NWS's Winter Weather Services Program Manager at headquarters beginning in 2020. Steve began his career at the National Weather Service at the Climate Prediction Center when he was a student in 2009, and he converted to a full-time position in 2012, where he worked on operational climate forecast production and applied research on subseasonal to seasonal, or S2S, climate variability. Steve holds a bachelor's in meteorology from Millersville University and an MS and PhD in atmospheric and oceanic science from the University of Maryland at College Park. So Steve, take.
Hey, great. Thank you, Maggie. Really happy to be here today. Really excited to kind of participate in this meeting for the first time, as well as kind of share a look at the upcoming warm season from the perspective of our official National Weather Service products issued by the Climate Prediction Center. So can I go to the next slide, please? So just some takeaway messages as we look up at the upcoming warm season. Above normal temperatures are favored over much of the contiguous US for the upcoming warm season. And I'm kind of defining that as kind of May through September, roughly speaking, inclusive. That whole period is expected on average to be warmer than normal across much of the United States. And I'll show some details in a second. The highest probabilities are forecast over the interior West and South Central United States. There are only modest probabilities for either above or below normal temperatures over northern and southwestern Alaska, respectively. For Hawaii, there are equal chances of above, near, or below normal temperatures. And so when we say equal chances, we mean that the outlook is really this. The outlook is the same as climatology. So the odds of any particular outcome are equal to your climatological odds of those outcomes. Drought development is likely by the end of June across parts of West Central Texas, as well as parts of the very kind of northern tier of the contiguous US, as well as parts of Hawaii. The outlooks are informed in large part by long-term warming trends. Kim gave a really nice overview of what we saw last season in the context of that warming climate that we're in. And the transition from El Nino to La Nina conditions in the tropical Pacific is also likely going to play a role going forward. So next slide. There's a series here. I'll ask the driver here, so to speak, to step through in a second. So I'm going to show the next few seasons, the seasonal temperature outlooks. These forecasts depict the probability of seasonal average temperatures falling in either the upper, middle, or lower third of the 1991 to 2020 climatology. So our standard climate base periods are 30 years. So we can think of the coldest 10, the middle 10, and the warmest 10 as defining what those what we call terciles are, those categories of above, near, below normal. And so this map you see here, these are the probabilities of temperatures being above normal across much of the west, south, and the eastern U.S., as well as you can see a little bit of that above normal temperatures over eastern Alaska being favored. And then in the north central U.S., there's that little area of equal chances carved out. This is a very common pattern we tend to see overall in the warm season, because like I said, a lot of these forecasts at this time of year are dominated by long-term trends. And this is consistent with the trends we see overall. And I'll talk a little bit more detail about those. Can we get to the next advance here? This should be the next season. So this steps us through from, instead of looking at May, June, and July, we're now shifting a season to June, July, and August. And so you can see the same flavor, although probabilities on average are starting to increase a little bit. And as we go to the next advance here, this will be July, August, September. Everything's starting to fill in. That equal chances starts to shade more towards above normal temperatures. And that's in part due, especially across parts of the eastern central U.S., for the growing influence of La Nina as we move through. Next slide, please. Just step through the next couple till I get this bar chart up here and the associated text. One more. Thank you. We'll just freeze there. Oh, back one. Perfect. Sorry about that. I put too many animations in there for them driving it. So I just wanted to show how, even though the favored category is above normal temperatures across, at this lead, June, July, August, September, the entire contiguous U.S., if you look at a particular point, so here I pull out Washington, D.C., which is the forecast interpolated to that point. And you see a bar chart, a pie chart here rather, that shows the probability of above, near, and below normal. And so there's almost a 50% chance of being in that upper third, where the climatology is 1/3 or 33%. And that comes at the expense of only about a 1 in 5 chance of being in that colder than normal tercile. So everything kind of shifted towards the warmer outcomes. Next slide, please. So looking a little bit at the drought outlook here, this is the seasonal drought outlook depicts the drought tendency. And so this tells us how we move, say, if we're in current severe drought, which is D2, drought can either remain but improve in the case of, say, going to D1. It can develop or can be removed by going to D0. And so or persist or intensify by staying D2 plus. So the color of the arrow there is kind of depicting the legend on the map for us. This is assessed on the basis of the U.S. Drought Monitor, and you can see generally for this time of year, there's not a ton of drought right now across the contiguous U.S. None in Alaska. You can see a little bit in Hawaii, a decent amount in Hawaii, and just a little bit in Puerto Rico. As we look for the current forecast, which goes through June 30th, so only the kind of the first part of the warm season here, development's only expected across parts of west central Texas, and again, a little bit across the very northern tier of the U.S. there, with some improvement and removal across some of the more climatologically wet parts of the central U.S. Next slide, please. I mentioned trends and ENSO. I'm just going to finish by looking at the current state of El Nino La Nina. An El Nino advisory remains in effect, but with that transition to ENSO neutral, and then La Nina is expected over the next several seasons. So a La Nina watch is also in effect, as we're expecting La Nina conditions to develop during summer. This is important because La Nina conditions generally favor warmer than normal temperatures across much of the central eastern CONUS, centered in that kind of Midwest Great Lakes area on average. And that's especially true as we head into late summer and early fall. Next slide, please. Long-term trends are very important. This is from the National Climate Assessment that was just released, the 5th National Climate Assessment. And what this is highlighting is observed changes in hot and cold extremes. A lot of the warming trends that we see, especially in the summer, are largely attributable to those changing in nighttime temperatures over time. Kim had that slide where she was showing how a lot of more records were set for the overnight low temperatures than for the daytime high temperatures, and that is very much consistent with what we see in the long-term trends. And we know that those long-term warming trends at night are an important factor in compounding heat stress. And then our next slide. Kind of taking a step back, not looking at the extremes, but just looking at the general trends. This is what we call an optimal climate normal. Our forecasts are relative to a 30-year climate normal, 1991 to 2020. This is a 15-year average running 15-year average, so ending last season for June, July, August, so kind of the meat and potatoes of our warm season here across the contiguous US. And you can see that generally speaking, we have that kind of U shape with the strongest signal out in the interior west, extending across the southern tier and the parts of the East Coast, with a general weakness that has been filling in a little bit across the central US. So long-term summer temperature trends are generally positive, stronger in the minimum temperatures than maximum temperatures. And these trends combined with those forecast lighting impacts are what lay the groundwork for the seasonal forecast. So with the next slide, I'll just leave that on the takeaway messages, which I started with up front, and I will turn it back to Maggie. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right. Well, last but not least, we have Dr. Rish Vaidyanathan, who is a health scientist with the National Center for Environmental Health at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC. His training and work experience cover a wide range of many areas, including environmental engineering, data science, exposure assessment, statistical modeling, simulation, environmental and population health, and geographic information systems, or GIS. So quite a lot. Dr. Vaidyanathan has several years of experience planning, coordinating, and implementing strategies to facilitate the conduct of environmental health surveillance and translational research projects. Specifically, he's been able to establish mutually beneficial collaborations with various academic institutions and federal agencies like EPA, NASA, NOAA, and the USDA on efforts to identify and characterize populations that are vulnerable to adverse health impacts from various environmental stressors. So with that, take it.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, I think many of you have seen this information before. So just quickly, we see every year we see about like 1,200 heat-related deaths based on what's observed on death certificates, and then about like 67,000 heat-related ED visits every year. And we know, deaths and illness associated with heat exposure are a continuing public health concern as, climate change is resulting in longer, hotter, and more frequent episodes of extreme heat. Next slide, please. And so the summer of 2023, from a public health standpoint, so, as was discussed earlier, I think, the warm season months of 2023 featured like several record-breaking heat waves, with many parts of the United States experiencing persistent impacts from extreme heat. And adverse health impacts, including deaths and illness attributable to, high ambient temperatures, garnered considerable attention, especially from the media. And for instance, like between June and August, CDC received like several media requests to discuss, public health impacts resulting from heat. And now, like the topics are sort of highlighted on the right. And in terms of like how bad things got, CDC in a long time issued 2 public health alerts using the EPIX system, just for after noticing like high levels of heat-related ED visits in certain regions. Next slide, please. And we used CDC's National Syndromic Surveillance Program's SN system, which is routinely used by CDC and state and local health departments to identify, anomalous trends in ED or understand surges in ED visits for not just heat, but for many other outcomes. And so, it's a national system. Like we have about like 6,500 like healthcare facilities reporting information to the SN system, and it covers like 50 states, DC, and Guam. And the data are received daily. And then within 24 hours of a patient's visit, like the data are available in the NSSP's SN system for analysis. So currently, we have about like 78% of US emergency rooms represented in the data set. Next slide, please. So, so we extracted data from the SN system, and for a 6-year period, 2018 through 2023, and the daily number of heat-related illness and all-cause ED visits were tabulated by HHS regions. That's the resolution at which we conducted this analysis. And I should say the heat-related illness ED visits are identified using a combination of administrative discharge diagnosis codes as well as like free text search of patient's reason for visit, for example, their chief complaint information. So we conducted a descriptive analysis to understand severity of the 2023 heat season by regions. And also we made region-specific comparisons of HRI rate, the heat-related illness rate, that we observed in 2023 against previous years, like that is 2018 through 2022. And we also explored differences in HRI rate patterns during summer months by covariates like age and sex. Next slide, please. So as you know, like, between, Jan 1st, and if you look at the entire year, the 2023, we have about like 120,000 HRI ED visits. So if you recall from what I had on the first slide, so it's almost double. It's the highest that we've ever observed using data from the ESSENT system. And specifically, if you look at rate increases in certain times of the year, say July, August, like, what we saw in 2023, July, August of 2023 was about 1.5 times more than the HRI rate observed in previous years for the same time period. And then in terms of region, we know like region 4, region 6 and region 8 and region 9 had exceptionally high HRI rates. And, when we looked at other regions, like, they also had, some heat episodes, but the rates were generally low. For example, the lowest rate was observed in HHS region 2. Next slide, please. Okay, I think the graphic was cut, but anyway, so just quickly, like, we when we looked at differences in HRI by covariates, like we had certain groups come out like had like exceptionally high HRI rates. For example, 18 through 64 were most affected in 2023, as these populations accounted for a higher HRI rate burden. And this finding is very similar to other studies. Like, for example, like we know that, people who work outdoors, like, like working age adults are higher risk for heat related illness. And we also had like, males had higher HRI rates than females. Next slide, please. And this is a time series pattern that we, had plotted for each region. And then the blue line that you see has the 95th percentile rate computed for previous years. And then I think this is not my slide, but anyway, I'll try to run through. So the slide that. So in any case, like, several regions had, rates about the 95th percentile. And also, like, when you look at, like, the rates from previous years, we do see that for certain regions, the rates were exceptionally high. Next slide, please. And for some of these, regions, we also noticed that there were several consecutive days where the HRI rate peaked. And I should say that 95th percentile was a way for us to indicate that how anomalous the trends in HRI rates for 2023 compared to previous years. So if you look at those red dots, those represent like how some of these events were consecutive in nature. For example, not the exposure, but like actually the impact that we saw on the HRI rate. Next slide, please. And then when you sort of combine this information with something like a heat risk, which sort of like gives you an indication of like how the exposure risk changes day by day, majority of these, high heat related illness events, compared with, these higher exposure categories. Like, so for example, in region 6, for instance, like, when you had an orange or a red day, you had fairly good correlation in terms of like how the heat risk predicted some of these HRI rates. Next slide, please. And I also want to say that, all the information that are covered here in terms of the way we're detecting anomalous trends, and then the way we're looking at number of days about the 95th percentile is available on the heat health tracker. And we're continually making enhancements to include more information, especially on heat risk and other data products. Next slide, please. this is my last slide. I think in the interest of time, I'll just let everybody read it from the slide. But I guess we noticed like certain populations and communities are experiencing greater health impacts from heat, and also we noticed that regional differences we do see that in HRA rate. So in addition to heat exposure patterns, like we think that other aspects like acclimation, behavioral responses, and adaptation strategies could play a vital role in determining health impacts. And lastly, I think I've covered it like in terms of how we could use NSSP and other forecasting tools to look at anomalous trends in both exposure and health impacts, and sort of guide the timing of risk communication with other public health centric prevention measures. So that's it. Thank you. And I also want to thank my co-authors and folks from Weather Service who sort of helped me with understanding heat risk and like how could bring heat risk information to the CDC dashboards. So
thank you, Rish, and thank you all the speakers for giving a great overview of the problem of extreme heat. In the interest of time, I encourage the panelists to look at the chat and the Q&A. There's a few questions in there, so you can answer them there. And if anyone has any questions for the speakers, also feel free to put them in the chat or Q&A, and I'm sure they'll have time to answer them there. And with that, I'll pass it back over to Morgan to introduce our next session.
Thanks so much, Maggie. Hi, everyone. My name is Morgan Zabo, and I am the Community Heat and Health Information Coordinator with NOAA. Thank you so much for joining us today for session 2 of NIHHIS National, which will be covering infrastructure impacts. This is a topic that's been getting a lot of attention, not just across the country, but globally as well. And in this session, we'll get an overview of the different ways our infrastructure is being impacted by heat and do a deep dive on a few topics, including green infrastructure, aviation, and pavements. So to kick us off first is Christopher Still. Chris Still studies the microclimate and physiology of tree crowns and forest canopies at sites in the Pacific Northwest, the Colorado Rockies, and in Panama. Much of his group's work focuses on canopy temperature, including temperature of leaves and branches, and its interaction with leaf physiology. He researches how crown and canopy structure influence canopy temperature and forest carbon and water fluxes, particularly during heat waves. Over to you, Chris.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate this. This talk's going to be a bit different, I think, from other talks. I'm not really going to talk about human impacts, human health impacts, although they indirectly are influenced here by impacts on forest, vegetation. I'm also going to talk mostly about natural forests, but a lot of these same things I'm going to talk about actually apply to urban forests, which I think directly play into green infrastructure. And I want to talk about the damages from a really unprecedented heat wave in the Pacific Northwest of the United States and also well into British Columbia. And it was roughly these days in 2021, June 25th through 29th. And for this work, I should acknowledge I've worked with a range of co-authors from Oregon State University, as well as the United States Forest Service and our funding agencies, including the National Science Foundation. Next slide, please. And I just want to briefly just set the stage for this heat wave. It was, there have been a number of papers written about it, particularly about the climatic aspects of the heat wave, but also about some of the impacts. And almost all the papers use the word unprecedented or extreme in the title. And this paper here I show on the left, there's just some quotes in here about just the really extraordinary nature of this event and how extreme it actually was. 4 to 5 standard deviations of anomaly in temperature. So that's way, way, way anomalous, very unusual. One of the 5 most extreme, and I think the 6th most extreme event since 1960, according to this paper. Next one, please. I have an animation. This is an example of daytime air temperature, the maximum air temperature measured at the Portland International Airport, going back to the 1940s, or the maximum for each area is shown in red, and the green is sort of a running line. And you can see at the very end in 2021 just how incredibly anomalous this event was. All-time maximum records were set 3 days in a row, and the final record came in at around 118 degrees Fahrenheit. So the records were literally smashed. Next slide, please. This map actually shows across the western parts of Washington and Oregon where the heat wave was the most extreme. It shows areas where the this is expressed in anomalies, a statistical measure called standard deviations above normal maximum daily air temperature. You can see in some areas, particularly in the upper parts of the Northwest Olympic Peninsula and parts of the coast, it was approaching 7 standard deviations above normal maximum air temperature. In many, many areas, we're in that 4 to 5 range. So again, an incredibly large scale anomaly spatially as well. And the anomalies were even larger actually in British Columbia. I'm not showing them here. Next slide, please. So the question here in the focus of the talk is, what did this extreme heat actually do to trees and vegetation and forests of the Pacific Northwest? And again, I'm really focused on natural forests here, but many of these impacts were seen in urban trees, urban forest canopies in Seattle and Portland and many of the smaller cities of the region. So I'll just walk through this now with a few examples, sort of vignettes of what we know about what happened. Next slide, please. We do know already there's been a lot of focus on heat stress physiology in plants. I think there's going to be a lot more going forward, but we know that the responses to heat events like this event range across scales just as they do in humans, from molecular and cellular scales to whole tree to ecosystem levels. And there's a lot of variation in what's called thermal tolerance, the ability of a tree species to tolerate heat across species and then within species, ecotypes and genotypes. But as a rule of thumb with many plants, and this is not that different from people, actually heat damage typically occurs above about 40 degrees Celsius or about 104 degrees Fahrenheit. That's sort of a rough rule of thumb for where damage starts to happen. That's often irreversible cellular damage. Next slide, please. We have measurements. This is actually the top image is a thermal camera picture showing the temperature of the forest canopy. This is about 190, 200 feet off the ground in an old growth Douglas fir tree in a forest east of Eugene, Oregon, that we've been monitoring. So we take pictures of the canopy at high frequency, both in the visible, which is panel C, and in the thermal, which is panel B. And this is showing during one of the hottest parts of the event, the temperatures of the leaves were approaching 50 degrees Celsius. Next slide, please. And if you plot just a time series here, you can see that the air temperature shown in black that we're measuring up at the top of these tree canopies across the 4 most extreme days of the heat wave, and then the green dashed line is the leaf temperature as extracted from these thermal camera data, these temperature maps that you can see with these cameras. And you can see that for fairly substantial periods of time, the leaf temperatures were above this 40 degrees Celsius threshold, which I have shown here by a horizontal line. It's on the order of many, many hours exceeded this heat threshold. So it's we're pretty certain there's a heat dosage response here, just as there is with sort of like a toxicological approach. The longer the heat is, the more extreme, the worse it is. Next slide, please. And there were lots of impacts from this. The most obvious one visually to our eyes was what came to be known as foliar scorch or foliar death. It was called foliar scorch initially by botanists and foresters in analogy to what forest fires actually do to vegetation when they come through an area and they don't necessarily burn the tree completely, but they leave lots of dead orange-brown needles. This event essentially did the same thing. It cooked needles in the same way. And so that's how it got the name foliar scorch. This is 2 of the most prominent species in the Northwest, Douglas fir and western hemlocks. These are younger individuals, but this picture gives you a sense of what happened within days, a couple of days after the heat dome event. Many, many areas actually turned this color as the needles died. Next slide. It happened in other trees as well, including broadleaf trees like bigleaf maple lost most of their canopies at lots of locations. Next slide, please. And it was especially damaging. It actually killed lots of leaves and some branches of large trees, and actually did kill some large trees as well. But the real mortality was to young individuals. The seedlings of many species suffered very, very high mortality, approaching 100% depending on the species. And so this was seen not just in natural forests, but also in places like Christmas tree farms, where entire crops of certain species got wiped out by this event. And in some places, this was even when they were heavily irrigating the trees to try to cool them off. Next slide. Just to zoom out to a larger scale, the United States Forest Service and the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Washington Department of Natural Resources do aerial surveys from planes where there are trained observers using binoculars looking at damage to forests from things like pathogens, pests, beetles, things like that. In this case, there was enough concern from the public because the damage actually covered whole hillsides that they chartered special flights to do some mapping of damage. And if you look at this image here, which was taken by Danny DePent, you can see that the west-facing aspects of these hillsides actually turn brown and yellow. So there's a very strong aspect angle to this. And we think the reason for that is that the damage occurred most often in canopies where the temperature was very high and the sun was hitting those leaves at the same time. So it's a combination of high light and high heat. And the map on the left shows areas that have been mapped with foliar damage from aircraft. We have a new paper coming out using satellite data that shows the damage was actually even more extensive than this. Next slide, please. Finally, zooming in here in the last couple minutes, just talking about a couple of forest sites that are intensively monitored. This is a site that's part of what's called the National Ecological Observatory Network, funded by the National Science Foundation. This is a forest, a young forest plantation actually near Vancouver, Washington, across the Columbia River from Portland, Oregon, that's intensively monitored by this NEON network. And this is just showing images from a camera that tracks things like the greenness of the canopy and changes in the canopy. It takes a picture every single day. And it may be a little hard to see, but across the days of the heat wave, the canopy gets just worse and worse and droopier and droopier. Next slide. We can quantify this using something called the greenness index. And basically you can see for other years, all the other lines show a greenness index where the more green the canopy is, typically the healthier it is. The red line shows 2021, and the heat dome is shown here by sort of the orange rectangle. So during the heat dome event, you can see that going into it, it was relatively lower in greenness, but not terrible. And then after the heat dome, it plunged to levels never before seen. We also saw massive needle fall and damage in this forest. Not as much scorching in this forest, like as I showed previously, but lots of needle fall and needle loss. Next slide, please. And we also know from this forest that we can measure flows of water from the forest ecosystem to the atmosphere. This is known as evapotranspiration. During the heat event, not surprisingly, a lot more water was taken out of the forest due to the elevated temperatures. The heat dome event is highlighted here in blue, by the way. Next slide. And so there was elevated water loss during the event. There was actually elevated loss of carbon as well. The forest became a net source of carbon to the atmosphere. And in particular, next slide, there's a very strange thing that happened during the hottest night of the event. It was an incredibly hot, dry, windy night, and it actually drove a huge amount of water loss from this forest ecosystem. This is extremely uncommon. It's very, very unusual to see water loss at night from a forest. As you can see on the other nights, it's essentially close to zero, the amount of water that's lost here. So it was kind of like a blow dryer was pointed at the forest ecosystem, and it sucked a huge amount of water out of that forest. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to wrap it up here, just these little vignettes show just examples. There are many, many more things that I could talk about, but in 10 minutes, I just want to show a few examples of some of the impacts of this event. The response was individualistic. We know that some trees, in terms of their growth patterns or other things, were more affected than other trees right next to them as a function of things like the age of the tree and how much sun exposure it got. The responses varied, and I've sort of talked about these already. There's a bunch of other things. The role of when the event happened is really important, the timing, the phenology. And then finally, models are not capturing these events, and we need to do a better job with this. So I'll wrap it up there, and thank you for your attention.
Chris, thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. Really, really just great to hear about some of the different ways that we need to think about how our green infrastructure is being impacted by heat, especially as we're moving forward. All right, so we are on to our second presenter, Sunny Westcott. So Sunny is the lead meteorologist with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, specializing in national extreme weather hazards and climatological studies for impacts to public and private sector key resources. During her time in the U.S. Air Force as a lead meteorologist, Ms. Westcott trained on continental and oceanic weather as the top forecaster for her support region and is considered a subject matter expert for multiple climatological events such as drought, subsidence, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and winter storms. Her previous roles within CISA were working with emergency response operations for telecommunications and critical infrastructure, which integrated her background with mission support forecasting from her military experience. Over to you, Sunny.
I just want to make sure that you guys are able to hear me.
Yes,
Everything
you sound
looks
great.
good. I can see the interpreter moving. If we go ahead and go to the next slide, what we're going to cover are going to be some of the impacts that we see across the board with critical infrastructure. Things like concrete and cement mixtures take damage from the extreme heat shifts in the actual material composite itself. This allows for the material in order to operate. We used a lot of concrete and cement mixtures in the roadways, in the buildings, in the canals, along most of our infrastructure for the metro systems even. You'll notice that across the board, we chose to use a material that can heat at a higher rate than our other materials. This caused an area in which our temperatures can exceed well over 135 degrees. They can also persist at these temperatures longer into the night. This becomes a major concern when we look at the city and we look at asphalt, when you look at it becoming more malleable and what's built on that asphalt. So building foundation, bridge foundations. When we look at things like the city grates getting abnormally hot, that's a major concern as well for different populations that move through the city at night that may not be expecting for it to be at that temperature. So this slide just showcases some of the ways in which concrete as a major building material takes that higher heat content against the other building materials and some of the threats that we could see from that. Amplifying on that, if we go on to the next slide, you're going to see some of the concerns we have with subsidence. Ooh. Subsidence brings with it the threat of actual infrastructure break. So that is anything from roadways to our major infrastructure around our communities. So our roads in the communities, the sidewalks in the communities, the foundations of homes, the foundations of building sites. Some of these graphics you're going to notice are homes, their attachment points, their roadways, their driveways. All of these are a concern, not just for communities, but also for our cityscapes. Some cities may have already started reporting that they're seeing sidewalks collapsing at a greater rate. We're seeing more dimpling, more potholes, more sinkholes, which are a larger version within that. And what we're seeing from this is that the higher the heat content, the more malleable the material is. Heavier vehicles can compress these materials further. Things like electric cars are a little bit heavier. Things like our semi-trucks, our trash vehicles, all of those dump trucks, they're all able to compress the road at a greater rate. We're seeing a higher rates of damage from that. And we're seeing greater rates of damage to homes and to all of the supporting infrastructure in the area. Power lines are also taking major damage from the higher heat content. They weren't built to withstand some of the margins of temperature we're seeing now. Prolonged heat waves, higher intensities of heat. Power lines are sagging, subsequently triggering wildfire activity. We're also seeing additional threats in the ways of our wind speeds and the temperature difference between higher elevations and lower elevations. During a time in which the infrastructure is weaker, these winds are able to do more damage. The vegetation has taken a greater hit. It's able to break at greater rates as well. If you go on to the next slide, we're going to showcase some of the areas that you can see these threats rising. Red flag warnings triggering public safety power shutoffs. Those are on the rise. If you're anywhere out west, you'll notice an increase not only in the discussion about that, but the threats from it. You'll also notice that blackouts and power outages are on the rise. We're seeing this at the same time that we're seeing severe weather increase because extreme heat can amplify out our severe storms. Subsequently, you end up with larger areas needing greater restoration rates, which is straining our restoration crews, our resources, the supply chain, which is already struggling. You're going to see that this is going to be a continuous dual edged sword. There we go. And when you have these dual edged sword events, you have high heat on one side, you have damaging flooding on the other side. So there's a compounding event that's happening with our energy infrastructure because of this, as well as needing more energy to cool. During higher heat events, we end up turning on our HVAC, not just here, but at our work sites. Even if we're half online and half in person, we're seeing greater rates of energy need pretty widespread across the entire nation. If you go on to the next slide, you're going to see some of the pipeline threats that we're looking at as well. Where are the pipelines located? Are they in areas where we're seeing higher rates of heat and humidity? What does that look like when we're talking about transporting things like natural gas and our oils? If it's too hot, are we causing impact to the quality that's being transported? Yes, we know this. We know when it's too cold, there are impacts as well. Major temperature swings across the different aspects of our grid can come with cascading threats. It's not necessarily just the energy sector in the way of power lines and pipelines. It's also our solar and our wind. We're looking at major impacts to our backup battery systems, backup generators that are left in direct sunlight for too long. Even our propane tanks that are left out for too long in direct solar radiation can end up causing combustion. So when we go on to the next slide, outside of the threats to the energy sector, outside of the threats to the general community, the health and human services, we're also looking at impacts to all of our transportation. So we have impacts to roadways, runways, railways. The railways being that nice metal that doesn't like it when it's under an extreme heat advisory for a prolonged period of time. It's also buddied up in many areas with concrete slabs. This can amplify that threat. You can see fires start to occur on those areas where it's drying out vegetation at higher rates. Friction, all of that ends up contributing to a greater risk to the infrastructure sector as a whole, transportation. We can also see that with higher heat, there is a greater increase in turbulence and a decrease in lift for our aircraft. So as a prior Air Force lead meteorologist, this is a major concern for certain aircraft in certain regions that may not be able to go out for search and rescue at places of major hiking, and it may end up with cascading impacts across the board when we're looking at some of these threats for being able to do things like supply chain shipments. We can't load our aircraft at the same rate that we're used to. It can't hold as much. If we go on to the next slide, you'll see how this can end up cascading into all of the power outages that we're seeing across the board. Severe weather obviously leading the way when it comes to power outages, those stronger winds, heavier rainfall rates, larger hail, tornadic activity, all of which we're seeing an increase across the board. Higher heat content amplifies these. So these are a buddy up that is a threat across the entirety of the energy sector, which then impacts all of the operations across the board for critical infrastructure. If you go on to the next slide, this is going to continue that impact of communities, but also the impact that we're starting to see across some of our more localized sectors. If you have a newer vehicle for a police car, or you have electronics within the ambulance, or you have within your own smart car a larger touchscreen, some of these things can take damage from the shifts that we're seeing. You can see your tires might be melting. They don't operate as well. They end up expanding. You end up with greater rates of blowout. Radiators can blow out at greater rates. You can see that your phones may not be working at the same temperature thresholds as well. There's so many cascading impacts that extreme heat has, not just to the physical sites, but to all of the operational capacity surrounding it and the personnel subsequently within that. When we go on to the next slide, you'll see that this has an impact to our rivers, our reservoirs, our dams. Greater rates of cracking. Looking at Utah is a great example of this with the 60-foot crack in their dam right now. We're seeing greater rates of freeze thaw. So that means the temperature swings during the winter, where it goes from extreme cold to extreme heat. The impacts that we're seeing there is that there's going to be a continuous freeze thaw breaking point that's going to be hit. So where is that going to occur? This graphic in the center showcases all of the dams that were built from 1950 back to the early 1900s. So these dams likely to be at greatest rate. They're reaching end of lifespan. They've been through greater rates of freeze thaw cycles, and we're starting to see the damages pretty widespread across the board from the Northeast to the Southwest. Looking on the next slide, we're getting pretty close here to the end of my contribution. This one's a little bit more interesting for those of you who didn't know. Coal is combustible. Coal seams specifically, those occur naturally within the earth, especially out west. You'll see the graphic there showcases exactly where we have a lot of coal mine production. Extreme heat can cause it to combust and ignite the coal mine underneath. That can cause its own level of subsidence, but it can also trigger amplified wildfires. These are threats we don't typically think about when we think about the threats that, extreme heat brings to critical infrastructure. It also impacts critical manufacturing, minerals and metals, general regional stability, the topography of an area. This is a pretty widespread, wide-reaching concern that we try to make sure that we highlight across Homeland Security, whether it's FEMA, whether it's with CISA at that local level, to be able to make sure that we're moving forward in tandem on what the threat margin is expanding to be. If you go on to the next slide, you'll see what this means for actual sites. So across all of our critical infrastructure sectors, extreme heat can change the way your general public interacts with the site, becoming more likely to take things like backup generators during storm events or heat waves if they don't have power, may be more likely to come in and incur against the water that the fire department may have access to in order to take water back for their family or their crops. We're seeing more rates of people that are not on restoration crews that are gaining access to buildings as false restoration crews. So there is a good amount of threat that follows on the back end of an extreme heat event when it comes to preparation. If you go on to the next slide, we're going to end on the international impacts. So this is a pretty widespread across the board concern, not just for the US. This impacts our supply chain in every country. You'll see heat waves are expanding everywhere. Record-breaking heat, as well as the amplification of rainfall. You're going to notice the railways, the runways, different building materials like tar, all at risk from these heat waves and where they're happening. Greater rates of mortality affiliated with them in countries in which you have densely packed populations. This is a concern, and this causes a concern for supply chain, but it gives us the ability to lean forward on who has what best practices, such as painting your railways white, painting your sideways white, covering your canals. Looking at the next slide, we're just going to really quickly touch on the IT side as somebody in the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Data centers require a lot of water and a lot of cooling, as do many of our sites. This is going to be a major concern for those areas as they are typically in drought. You'll notice the UK is highlighted here for their studies on that. And with that, the last two slides are just going to be available for everybody else. And the next slide being on the changes that we're seeing in the wildlife getting more aggressive and higher heat content. That aggression, if you go on to the next slide, also carries over into people. So we're seeing changes from every aspect of critical infrastructure, whether it's the site, the interdependencies, the personnel, subsequently even just generally surviving at the surface, and what those changes look like nationally and internationally to be able to move forward on some of the resiliency methods. So with that, I'll pass back over to you, Morgan.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Thank you for that really great overview of all of the different ways that our infrastructure is being impacted by heat. And now is a great segue into one of the topics you started mentioning about aviation. So we have a presentation today from Ted Thrasher. So Ted leads aviation environmental research and analysis projects at the MITRE Corporation. Throughout his career, he has provided technical guidance to many high-impact modeling and simulation efforts, including the FFA's multi-scale aviation environmental design tool. Ted previously served as Chief Environmental Standards at the International Civil Aviation Organization, where he was responsible for all activities related to setting international standards and policies for aircraft environmental performance. Over to you, Ted.
Great, thanks so much, Morgan. And I am thrilled to be able to talk to you guys just briefly about some of the work that we've been doing on heat and aviation. So let's go on to the next slide. This is very much going to tee off of the last two presentations. So I think, as we heard there at the very end of Sunny's presentation, this is really much more than a whole of nation challenge. Climate change is very much a whole of world challenge. And for Chris, here's another organization that has referred to climate change as unprecedented. This is coming from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the UN scientific body on climate change. And they're making the point that we are experiencing temperatures that are the hottest that we've seen in at least 100,000 years. So certainly unprecedented. If we click forward one more time. You guys remember this headline from last summer? So, this was on the 4th of July. The world registers the hottest day ever recorded on July 3rd. And then they had to amend that headline the day after because we had then broken the record, and the day after that, and the day after that. So you get the point. It was a very hot summer last year, and it's definitely a good thing that we're talking about heat. So let's go on to the next slide. So if we take a look at the impacts of a changing climate on aviation, I think you'll see that they're broad. They are influencing business decisions today. They're getting worse, and they are in need of near-term holistic mitigation. Let's go on to the next slide. This isn't something that we're going to solve in 10 minutes today, but I am going to show a way that hopefully will inform the development of solutions. Let's go on to the next. Okay, so what does a changing climate mean? If you think about it as a cake, each slice down through the cake are the different effects that climate change can have. So if you're looking at it from an aviation lens, you can get increases in turbulence, changing in icing, which is where ice can form on the aircraft wings. It can mean more intense and frequent hurricanes, changes to flooding patterns in types of flooding, increases in severe weather and changing winds, and of course, extreme heat. If you look at each of the layers that this cake is made up of, this is what that changing climate is going to affect. So it'll affect the economy, the economics of how you carry out your operation, the people that have to carry out the operation, your mission and how you carry it out, the infrastructure, and the vehicle itself, such as the airplane. So let's go on to the next slide. I work for MITRE, and if you're not familiar with MITRE, we are a nonprofit that operates 6 different federally funded research and development centers. I happen to work for the one that's focused on aviation, but this work that I'm presenting is really part of a much broader portfolio of heat analysis work that we've been doing across all of the public sector. So go on to the next slide. So what we wanted to do is see if we could put together a geospatial dashboard to let us look at the impacts of heat on aviation and see if that gave us some better insights than just from looking at each one of those individual effects individually on each one of those layers of the cake individually. So if we start from looking at the vehicle perspective, you'll have kind of two big questions. Can I operate and how will I operate? So let's go on to the next slide. So this is one of two dashboards that we put together. And what this allows us to look at is how the aircraft performance is going to change. So the example that you're seeing here is from Phoenix. And this just represents the typical range of temperatures. So the red line in the chart on the upper left, that's showing a 122-degree day. And the blue line is showing you the aircraft performance on a 29-degree day. And this is the typical annual temperature range that you can experience in Phoenix. So cold in the winter and hot in the summer. And what you can see is that it takes the aircraft much longer to climb when it's hotter out. You've got a 3D visualization of this on the right. And this has a lot of different effects, all of which aircraft operators have to manage on a daily basis. So let's go on to the next slide. So we can get a preview of what to expect from this changing climate just from looking at how operations are carried out today. So again, this is Phoenix, and what you can see here in these charts are showing how fast aircraft were observed to climb. So this is using our transportation data platform where we have recorded operational data from aircraft around the country. And just binning it by temperature, you can see that as you go up in temperature, the aircraft are climbing slower in terms of climb rate. If we drill down in the chart on the bottom and we look at it by aircraft type, you can see that general trend persisting, except not all of the lines are going just directly up and to the left like you would expect. On the hottest days, you're climbing the slowest. And the reason that you're seeing those kinks in the lines there is because that's the aircraft operators, the airlines, that are actually having to make some business decisions. So maybe they are reducing their loading, or they are departing at a higher thrust. Lots of real world operational effects that we're already observing today. And as we get to hotter temperatures, you're going to see this more and more frequently. Let's go on to the next. So then we wanted to take a look at, how these temperatures might change. So just clicking on DCA, so Washington National Airport, we can see that they are projected to have an increase in temperatures for this scenario that we looked at. So this is 20 to 40 years in the future of 3 degrees Fahrenheit, and that you can have typical high temperatures of 102 degrees. So let's go to the next slide. So if we take a look at what's happening today in Washington, D.C., you can see, that you've got roughly the same pattern here. This is now showing you how much runway you need for departure. So on a hot day, the aircraft is producing less lift, the engines are producing less thrust, and so you need to use more runway to get up to a safe takeoff speed before you become airborne. The challenge with Washington National, if you've flown in there before, is that its runway is only 6,869 feet long, and there is absolutely no room to expand it. And so if you look at the top end of this chart, you'll see that aircraft are already using on the order of 6,100 to 6,200 feet of runway on the hottest days. And at the bottom, you see those very wiggly curves showing that there are lots of operational decisions that are being made. So if we click forward one more time, that raises the question of what's going to happen when your typical high temperatures are above the top of this chart in the 100 to 105 degree range. Let's go to the next slide. So, we're not just concerned with the effects on the vehicle. There's also the effects of temperature on people, the people that have to support the aircraft operations that are the ramp workers. So these are the CDC guidelines. You may be familiar with these. And if we click forward, we can zoom in a little bit. And we could take a look at for light work, which is what the baggage loaders and the typical ramp workers would be carrying out. And you can see that above 110 degrees Fahrenheit, you're in the caution range. So let's click forward to the next. So we wanted to take a look at how often those conditions might occur. And you can see that, through last year, you had some occurrences at Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Portland, Oregon. Maybe not too much of a surprise, especially based on what we've seen in today's presentations. Let's click forward and take a look at a climate scenario over the next 20 to 40 years. This list gets a lot longer and includes some locations that were kind of surprising to me. National airports at Washington, D.C. shows up, but also Minneapolis, which was certainly a surprise. So let's click forward to the next. So I just wanted to close with some final thoughts. We can see that operations are being affected by extreme heat today, and that existing operations are going to be impacted more frequently by extreme heat in the future. And as we look to emerging operations, they are definitely going to need to consider extreme heat in their plans. So all of this, meeting these challenges, is going to require a coordinated effort. So thanks very much, and back over to you, Morgan.
Thanks so much, Ted, and thank you for that amazing presentation. Really interesting to learn what airports could be potentially facing. All right, so we are now headed to our last presentation for the infrastructure impact session, and then we will head to our break. So to kick us off with a conversation about pavements is going to be two presenters. It's going to be Amir and Austin. So first is Dr. Emil Guliapur, is a highway research engineer in FHWA's Office of Infrastructure Research and Development. At his current role, he is responsible for planning, conducting, managing, and reviewing research and development research activities associated with infrastructure resilience and sustainability. And as part of these activities, he collaborates with other offices to improve roadway reliability, resilience, and safety. And he's been involved in numerous research and implementation projects in the transportation community since 2010. And finally, Austin Gerald is a transportation specialist student trainee at the Federal Highway Administration, working with the Office of Infrastructure Pavement Design and Performance team. And in this role, he's been a subject matter expert in pavement resilience to climate change. He's also a PhD student in civil engineering at West Virginia University with technical expertise in pavement design and analysis and sustainability for flexible pavements, such as life cycle cost analysis and life cycle assessment. Over to you two.
Thank you, Morgan. It seems that my video has been stopped by you. If you can let me share my video.
Yes, let me take care of that right now.
Awesome. Hopefully you can see me now. Thanks, Morgan, for the introduction. Today we are going to talk about the research activities that, as part of the Federal Highway Program, Austin and we have been working for the past few years, focusing on how we can make sure that our pavements are resilient to different climate stressors. And today we are going to mainly talking about the extreme heat. Next slide, please. Before we getting into that, we just wanted to share the specific definition that Federal Highway Administration has on the resilience. This is the definition that was developed under Order 5520 back in 2014. So as you can see, in Federal Highway, we have been working on this topic for the pavement and our roadway for more than a decade. It has two parts. One part is about the anticipation, preparation, and adaptation. In the previous presentations, all the speakers, they touched on how we can be prepared, but also we need to be able to respond and recover rapidly from some of these disruptions. Next slide, please. So when we are talking about the pavement, we need to understand how much of the impacts from the climate on our roadways and our infrastructure assets. So we did a study as part of Turner Fairbank Highway Research Center, where my office is located, basically the research arm for Federal Highway, back in 2016, to look at if we have roads without heavy traffic, how much of the impact on the damages are coming from environmental factors. And as you can see, more than 1/3 of the damages for flexible pavements or asphalt pavements, or basically those black roads that you see, it's coming from just environmental factors. And for the rigid pavements or the concrete pavements, or basically the white roads, is about 1/4 of that. So that's a lot of damages just coming from the climate stressors. And definitely heat has a big impact on those that we can discuss in the next slide, that how heat can impact different pavement type. So on the left-hand side, this is the example of what we call it concrete blow-ups, or basically when we have this extreme heat situation, because of the concrete they are trying to expand, the joints doesn't allow it, and you can see what it's happened, what we call it blow-up. Just last summer, we discussed in the previous presentation that we had a very hot summer last year in Texas. In the course of week, a lot of concrete pavements, they actually suffered from this distress. On the right hand side is about the flexible pavement, or the asphalt pavements, that when you have these severe temperatures, you are going to have severe ruttings, that you can see those permanent deformation in your pavements, and it's going to cause a lot of safety issues, such as hydroplaning if there is a rain, or because of the change in different and basically your road surface, it could cause issues when you are traveling at high speed. Next slide, please. So as part of the efforts that Austin and we did, we put together a couple of peer exchanges, and we published a report on that. So I just took these tables from that report. So it shows that when we have higher average temperature, what are the pavement vulnerabilities for us? So we are going to have increase in age hardening of asphalt material. So basically your pavement is going to age fast and becomes brittle. So you are going to see more cracks. We talked about the blobs with the concrete pavement is because of those curling stresses. And also, if you are doing construction for concrete pavement, it's going to cause what we call it moisture-related warping because of those average temperatures. As we discussed, there are some adaptation that we can take. For example, for material, we can raise the temperature of the asphalt binder material. We can use what we call it polymerized material, that it's more expensive, but also is more durable and more resistant to heat. We can think about how we can design the whole mix that would be more resistant to rotting. And for concrete mixes, we can looking at how we can bring down the drying shrinkage and use different type of materials. On the design side, also we can think about as a whole pavement system and how we can design the layers differently based on their thickness, based on their supporting layers, how we can make sure that they could be resilient to average higher temperature. And on the construction side is very important for us because we already getting to the situation that construction during the hotter months of the year is not possible. Some of the states are already doing all their construction during the night. However, when now we are getting the temperature higher and higher, we can be in a situation that even at the night time, we may not be able to do the construction properly. Next slide, please. The other part is about the extreme maximum temperature. So now when you are having these extreme heat events, it's going to impact the pavements, the blobs that we showed. Also, it's going to limit your construction scheduling. Specifically, for example, for concrete pavements, you are not going to have that much of a window, because if you try to have concrete pavement construction during the very hot day, there are going to be a lot of moisture warping, and basically your pavement is going to crack as soon as it's casted. About the material adaptation, we talked in the last slide. About the design adaptation, we can work with a different type of joint and joint spacing to accommodate that stress basically build up within the pavement. About the construction adaptation, we need to be able to provide safe conditions for our roadway workers. So we need to see that, okay, what are the time of the day or the night that they can do work? And as the temperature goes up, those days are getting more and more limited. And also about operation adaptation, because we are having basically a smaller window to do those jobs. That means that we need to close the road at sometimes at a full capacity. That's going to impact the traffic and basically impact daily life of road users. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to get to the wildfire. We know that extreme heat is causing a lot of dry situation and it's causing wildfire or bushfire. With Austin and our team, we started this project 2 years ago about looking at impacts of that on pavements and also other infrastructure. And we are looking at both direct and indirect impacts. In the next slide, you can see what we mean by direct and indirect impact. So when we are talking about the direct impacts, we are talking about some of these surface damages, as you can see in the picture on the right-hand side, that your surface is going to get melted, there are potholes or some delamination that you see. Also, there are going to be some structural damages or damages due to the post-fire flooding, and that is going to be shown in the next slide picture that I can talk about. So, for example, when you have flooding situation, if you can see the next slide, the picture. So this is the direct impact. That area that you see, that is a cracking. There are a lot of cracks are propagating. If we go to the next slide, we can see the pictures of what happens as indirect impact we talk about. So on the left-hand side, that road that you see, it was a paved road one day. But because of the debris cleanup process, there was so much load on that road that basically the whole pavement is completely gone. On the right-hand side, but you can see it was a road that is totally washed out. So what happened when we have this wildfire, we are losing all the vegetation and also the soils become very hydrophobic. So when you have a heavy rain situation, then you are going to have a debris flow, mud flow, and it's basically going to wash out your whole road. Next slide, please. With that, this is a disclaimer that we have to put about the presentation. And thanks for the opportunity. And Asa and I are more than happy to answer any question you might have.
Thank you both so much for that great presentation. All right, so that leads us to the end of session 2, and now we are going to head into our break for the day. So we are going to be breaking until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have the Zoom still up, and it is going to continue recording just in case there are any technical difficulties. But please feel free to step aside, go grab some lunch, answer some emails, and we'll see you back here at 2:30 for our federal roundtable.
Hi, everyone. We'll get started again shortly. Right. Welcome back from break, everyone. We're going to continue with the rest of today's sessions. The next session is a federal roundtable where we're going to hear a variety of different perspectives on heat. Moderating the session will be Crystal Bergman. Crystal is the Senior Director for Resilience at the Council on Environmental Quality, or CEQ, at the White House. So we're very glad to have her here representing the White House. Crystal's an expert in green and energy efficient affordable housing and has spent much of her career working to advance green and equitable building priorities. Prior to her work at CEQ and HUD, she led Fannie Mae's multifamily affordable housing preservation work with underserved markets and served as an advisor for the company's Environment Social Governance division. Crystal holds a master's degree in public administration from New York University, focused on energy and water policy. And I'll turn it over to Crystal to moderate the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I'm so honored to be here today and humbled to be with such a wonderful panel and a distinguished panel. And my goal in part is to talk as little as possible because we've got so much great information to share with you all about the work that the federal government is doing on extreme heat. So I will introduce the panel, but I wanted to thank NIHHIS for pulling this panel together, and of course the panelists. We at the White House and at CEQ know how important extreme heat and focusing on extreme heat is, and we know how important it is to work together as federal agencies and federal entities, and that has been something that has been a big success over the last couple of years through the growth of NIHHIS and the Interagency Working Group on Extreme Heat. We actually have over 24 federal agencies working together and collaboratively to make progress in this really difficult and important problem. So I'm delighted to have representatives from 6 agencies here today to talk through all of the important work that's happening and how we're meeting the administration's goals around equity and environmental justice, as well as making progress in extreme heat. So I will go through and do a quick introduction of each of our amazing panelists, but suffice it to say, I will not be able to do them justice, and I want to make sure that we get as much time as possible for each agency to talk about their programs in depth. So I'll do a very brief introduction, and then I'll turn to our panelists for the first question. So from HUD, we are lucky to be joined by Alexis Pelosi. Alexis Pelosi is a senior advisor for climate in the Office of the Secretary at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And in this role, Alexis oversees HUD's climate portfolio, including implementation of the Climate Action Plan, an agency-wide strategy to advance climate adaptation and resilience, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and deliver environmental justice. From NOAA, we have Julie Trechant. Julie is NOAA's One Health lead and executive director of the National Integrated Heat Health Information System. So very lucky to have Julie on this panel here today. And she is responsible for developing and implementing NOAA's health strategy across NOAA and across other federal, state, local, and international agencies, academic and private sector partners. And she leads NIHHIS with the Centers for Disease Control, and in partnership with the more than 23 other federal departments and agencies that I mentioned a moment ago. Next, from HHS, we have John Belvis. John Belvis is the director of the HHS Office of Climate Change and Health Equity and the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Climate Change and Health Equity. From FEMA, we have Nick Chufro. Nick is currently serving as the Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Risk Analysis, Planning, and Information Directorate, or RAPID, in resilience in FEMA.
RAPID's mission is to provide the nation with the knowledge required to build resilience and reduce disaster suffering. From EPA, we have Adriana Hochberg. Adriana is the Principal Deputy Associate Administrator for Policy at the EPA, and she leads the newly established Office of Climate Adaptation and Sustainability. And then last but not least, we have Anne Shikani from DOT. Anne is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy at the U.S. Department of Transportation, and she is working to lead work on implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law with a focus on climate solutions. So as you can hear, and you'll hear throughout this hour, we have an incredible panel with lots of deep expertise. And also we have a panel that really is comprised of leadership making a lot of the work and changes happen at these agencies. So really excited to dig in with our first question. So I'm going to ask our panelists to keep their responses to this first question to about 5 minutes, and we only have until 3:30 for the full panel. And as I said, lots of information to get through. So this question is about a two-part question. The first is, what is your vision for a heat resilient future? And how does your agency play a role in achieving it? In addition to that, what specific initiatives, opportunities, including funding, or programs has your agency implemented to address the impacts of extreme heat? So we'll start with Alexis from HUD on those that combined question here. Alexis, I'll turn it to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Crystal. And thanks so much for having us here today to be part of this great panel to talk more about the work that HUD is doing in relation to extreme heat. I wanted to start my comments by just talking a little bit about HUD, or the Department of Housing and Urban Development. HUD's a federal agency that's dedicated to creating strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality, affordable homes for all. We provide housing assistance to 4.5 million low-income renter households, approximately 9 million people, in public and assisted housing. We provide mortgage financing for both single-family home buyers and multifamily rental housing. We invest billions of dollars every year in housing, infrastructure, and services in neighborhoods and cities across the U.S. through our Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, home program, and other programs. And HUD has an ever-increasing role in disaster recovery and risk mitigation through our Community Development Block Grant, disaster recovery, and CDBG mitigation programs. We play a critical role in fostering climate resilience, particularly for low and moderate income residents who can be disproportionately impacted by extreme events and natural hazards like extreme heat. So for HUD, our vision for a heat resilient future is one that's focused on place, or on people in places, on ensuring that wherever you are, your home, your neighborhood, your community, there are safe spaces for you during extreme heat events. In terms of investing, what this means is investing in communities to build out green spaces and to address urban heat islands, to help property owners install cool roofs and cooling areas within buildings, or identifying cooling centers nearby and rights to access them, and finding solutions for cooling in housing that is energy efficient, cost effective, and resilient, especially during power outages. HUD is a service agency, but we have a very important role to play in extreme heat, and we're excited to be here today to talk about what we've been doing over the past year on these topics. Before diving into what we've been doing, I want to talk a little bit about the funding that we have available and then turn to HUD's broader efforts. As I mentioned before, HUD has our Community Development Block Grant program that states and cities can use, and those funds can be used to provide public facilities and services to prepare for and respond to extreme heats. They can fund things like cooling centers, improvements to public facilities, to add cooling and fans, for planning and coordinating with community partners to identify and assist vulnerable populations, to fund new building practices like green roofs, preserve green space, and restore urban tree canopies. We have our Green and Resilient Retrofit program, which was funded under the Inflation Reduction Act, that can fund measures to decrease extreme temperatures in buildings. Through our public housing portfolio, our public housing authorities can use capital funds to buy cooling equipment to create cooling spaces, either on a permanent or temporary basis, and operating funds that can be used to pay for the associated costs of providing air conditioning in such spaces. Public housing authorities can also use their capital funds to purchase and install air conditioning and use operating funds to pay the associated utility costs. Last year, HUD began convening an internal working group that focused specifically on evaluating and developing new policies and guidance around extreme heat and to engage in research to help guide and support the policies and investments. This work has fallen broadly into 4 categories: research, policy development, funding, and technical assistance. On the research side, we're actively engaging with federal science agencies and intergovernmental bodies around the topic of heat. Our Office of Policy Development and Research is collaborating with researchers at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to develop track-level extreme heat indicator that can be used by both agencies for future targeting efforts focused on using housing as a platform to combat the adverse consequences of extreme heat. On the policy side, we're building off of guidance provided last year regarding the use of public housing funds and exploring short-term and long-term solutions to the challenges of cooling. We're hosting a bi-weekly stakeholder meeting on May 9th, where we'll be talking about extreme heat and hearing from our stakeholders. Talking about funding, we're exploring ways to offset the increased costs of providing cooling through investments in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and decarbonization, and how funding under the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law could help incentivize HUD program participants to make these investments. And then finally, on our technical assistance side, we'll be hosting a webinar addressing extreme temperatures at the building level and at the community neighborhood level and measures that can be taken to address it. We're releasing additional technical assistance guides and resources in the coming weeks, building upon our community resilience tool and a 5-volume guide on designing for natural hazards. This is just a quick snapshot of some of the work that HUD is doing, and really excited to be leaning in on this extreme heat topic and to be working across the department on addressing the challenges. Thanks, Crystal.
Thanks so much, Alexis. Lots of great examples there of all the different ways HUD is leaning in. I'll turn it to Noah, to Julie. I know there's a lot going on at NOAA. Take it away.
Thank you, Crystal. So again, I'm Julie Tartan. I am the Climate and Health Program Director at NOAA and have been working at the space of environmental information and health for quite a while at NOAA. So my job there is to make sure that NOAA's assets are relevant and appropriate for the health sector to use. And that's a lot of assets. So why is NOAA in this space? Our mission is actually to understand and predict changes in the climate, weather, ocean, and coastal ecosystems, to share that knowledge with others, and actually conserve and protect coastal and marine resources. So we're the prediction people. Our job is to predict and forecast things. We are the authoritative source for climate and weather information. You've heard throughout the day already from our weather service, our climate prediction center. That's a big part of our job. The other part of our job is we do have a bit of a regulatory responsibility and a conservation responsibility, which is also relevant here in terms of fisheries and food supply, marine animal habitat, coastal ecosystems, and we'll hear a little bit more about the cascading impacts, even with regard to infectious disease and changing ecosystem dynamics with that. So the vision that we have is that we are providing the right forecasting information, the right data, and the right tools for citizens, industry, agencies, and institutions to thrive in a warming world. We know it's warming. We are the prediction folks. We do that very well. We have some responsibility for regulation and authority over our marine and coastal ecosystems and the fisheries and food supply part. We want to make sure we're doing that well, and that we are providing information for the US and its citizens and its interests at home and abroad. But also, we are actually the US representative to the World Meteorological Organization. So we work internationally as well. The US serves as the domestic and global producing center for some of the long range forecasts from, beyond a heat wave to seasonal, interannual, and decadal and beyond. So when we talk about making sure that the predictions are right, we're talking everything from the heat wave and the heat risk tools that we're going to hear a little bit more about next week from the Weather Service to improve the heat forecasts on a real term basis, to seasonal, to interannual, to long-term predictions. So our job is to make sure that everybody has the information they need to be able to make the decisions so that our nation thrives in a warming climate. We actually, I imagine a world where, our children are safe. We've managed our work schedules so that we're not working at the hottest times of day. Children are in the playgrounds at the hottest times of day. That's kind of our vision for it. One of the things that I wanted to mention, though, is that as we actually build out our prediction capacity, that takes a lot of research, and we do have a capacity for research. We've got weather forecast offices around the United States, but we also have labs and research facilities whose job it is to actually make sure that we are producing the right information for the right people at the right scale at the right time. So we are about 10,000 strong across the United States, and part of the reason that we are honored to host the coordination group for NIHHIS is that it helps us learn an awful lot about the data that we need to collect, the information that needs to be produced, the forecasts that need to be made, and the conservation efforts that need to be mounted in the face of an increasingly warm world. So that's kind of what we do as an agency, which is still pretty broad. So we have domestic and international roles, and we have both forecasting and conservation roles in the agency. And then with regard to NIHHIS, a couple of the things I did want to highlight. Aside from hosting the coordination focus for NIHHIS, which we're really honored to do, it's a great service for NOAA, but also we hope for the rest of the government too. We're actually looking to make sure that we are serving our communities. So we have mounted an effort over the last year or so with some of the new funding to launch 2 centers of excellence. We're about to announce them. One is more focused on urban observations and community engagement, and one is on heat policy. And we've done that with the guise of being a hub for other federal agencies, but also our non-federal, state, local, tribal, territorial partners to kind of engage with us through these centers of excellence. So we're hoping that they will have some longevity. We're not quite able to announce them yet, but we are planning to in the next few months. We have to get through some of the final hurdles here, but the process is finished, and we think we know who they are. We also are doing our urban heat island mapping, which has been, thankfully, to some of the partners here, HUD and HHS especially, expanded to make sure that we are mapping the urban environment so that it highlights where the most vulnerable populations are, and that information is being used by those communities to empower themselves to take action, to do whatever they're deciding, whether it's a tree planting campaign or a roof campaign or applying for additional federal grants. That's a big component of what we're doing at NOAA. And you heard Dr. Spinrad announce that this morning. We are pleased to be doing some more cities this year and 3 international communities. And I guess just a couple to wrap it up. I wanted to make sure that we mentioned that we have a couple of, we're trying to help communities understand their heat risk. And so we've done not only the mapping, but taken that to the next level to do some tabletop exercises to draw the different sectors together that are required to manage a heat plan and to develop their heat response, not just for the event, but for longer term planning. And so we have a series of tabletop exercises we've done, and we're creating a manual that other communities we hope will be able to use. That's the intent. And similarly, a maturity model for if you're just starting out with managing heat risk and you don't know where to go, you go here. If you're much more sophisticated, you've got more money, you can do this. So we've got a maturity model coming out as well. And then I will just end on the fact that we're really happy to have had USAID getting into the heat mix in the last year or two, and do work very closely with our international partners through the World Meteorological Organization and the Global Heat Health Information Network. A lot of activities going on there. And then through the Group on Earth Observations, and especially something that we're doing globally is developing a global heat resilience service. So I think our capacity is focused on the US and US interests, but we definitely work internationally as well and are very eager to see our world where we actually have the authoritative forecasts getting to the right people at the right time so that they are actually resilient and not surprised by heat waves.
Thanks so much, Julie. It's so great to hear about that, and especially things like the urban heat island mapping, where you're coordinating and working together with other agencies like HUD and like HHS. So super exciting work that's happening. We'll now turn it to HHS, to Dr. John Belvis, to hear a little bit more about your vision for heat resilient future and how HHS is playing a role in achieving that, along with specific initiatives, programs. Take it away, John.
Great. Thanks so much, Crystal. Really delighted to be part of the panel with these wonderful colleagues from all the other agencies. So our vision of a heat resilient future is one in which even the most heat sensitive people in our communities are kept safe through effective warnings, through cooling shelters, through heat island mitigation, through effective regulations for housing, schools, and workplaces, and especially as HHS, through a healthcare delivery system that's looking out for him, or looking out for them. And that fits right in with the broader mission of the Department of Health and Human Services, which is to enhance the health and well-being of all Americans by providing for effective health and human services and by fostering sound, sustained advances in the sciences underlying medicine, public health, and social services. So at the risk of getting a little wonky on y'all, I think one of the things I want to convey is that we know that the Department of Health and Human Services is the largest department in the federal government by money. And what it really is in some ways is 15 agencies in one. And I can't tell you about all 15 in detail, but I want to describe the breadth of activities that are being done by these different agencies that are part of Health and Human Services that are all either directly acting on heat or highly relevant to heat. So 9 different divisions of HHS comprise the Public Health Service. And those are things that we're all familiar with, like FDA and CDC and NIH. And then there's a whole human services side, which people sometimes don't think of as much, which includes the Administration for Children and Families, the Administration for Community Living, and Medicare and Medicaid, which pays for 21% of total healthcare spending in the United States. So the roles range from the NIH and CDC roles of data collection and science and surveillance and support for academic institutions, for public health departments, all the way through to paying for people's health care. Agencies like the Health Resources and Services Administration and the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, we call them HRSA and ASPR, support the nation's healthcare systems. They train the doctors. They provide incentives for doctors to go into rural areas or to take care of vulnerable patients. And so they have a huge role in training, in technical assistance, in financial support, and also in emergency response. The human services side is really important. Under the Administration for Children and Families, we have the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, which pays many billions of dollars every year to support low-income homes in the setting of both extreme cold and increasingly extreme heat. And more money is going into that. They've, under the Biden-Harris administration, they've put $22 billion into the support of low-income families to protect them. CDC, we've heard a lot about what CDC's role, and many essential resources to address extreme heat impacts, starting with the heat and health tracker that's been around for a few years, which allows you to go and look at county level forecasts with real-time surveillance of emergency room visits. Now with NOAA, they've created heat risk, which will be a game changer in terms of early warning systems, giving a tiered warning 7 days out. And of course, the Climate Ready Cities and States initiative that our colleague Paul Schramm runs provides direct support to states, tribal, local health departments, and in many cases directly supporting their adaptation work on heat-related risks. But also within CDC, and this is just an example, I think, of all of our agencies, but very exciting the way it's happening in HHS right now. We have the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program, which supports all of the state and many territorial and tribal health departments with hundreds of millions of dollars a year across all of them. That program is just coming out in a new format that is putting extreme weather events, including heat, but also wildfires, hurricanes, etc., on an equal footing with other public health risks like anthrax or pandemic threats, so that there will be an existing program that provides all this support is being adapted to this world that we're living in. Our Office of Climate Change and Health Equity plays a coordinating role, a technical assistance role. We create unique information resources like the Climate and Health Outlook and its associated portal that provides monthly forecasts for heat and climate events in a context of vulnerability and alongside the resources for protecting health in the face of those events. We've also created resources for healthcare providers to be able to refer patients and better protect patients. And we are also doing a lot of work directly with the health sector to help healthcare organizations achieve greater extreme weather resilience and lower their greenhouse gas and other pollutant emissions. A couple of other, I think that's probably enough for now. We're going to maybe talk a little bit more about how we're directly addressing health disparities and health equity, which is, of course, a focus of our office. But I just want to convey that idea that there's a lot of pieces to the Department of Health and Human Services, and all of them are starting to come together and mobilize to address heat and other climate-related threats. Thanks.
Thanks so much, John, and heroic work in distilling the work of 13 operating divisions and hundreds of programs into 5 minutes. And beyond that, of course, heroic work truly in terms of the coordination and all of the progress that's being made to focus on extreme heat across HHS. We will also turn to FEMA now to hear about a lot of the great work that they're doing. I'll turn it to Nick Schufro from FEMA.
Thank you, Crystal. It's great to be here and to be here with friends and colleagues. So our vision for a heat resilient future is FEMA is looking to reduce disaster suffering and to increase resilience across the board in response to a number of natural hazards, including extreme heat. So anything that we can do to reduce disaster suffering and increase resilience is our objective. FEMA's mission is to help people before, during, and after disasters. We're typically seen as a response and recovery agency, but now more than ever, we're a resilience agency that helps the nation reduce the risk from a growing list of hazards, including extreme heat. We are looking to move mitigation forward, so not just waiting for a disaster to happen, but we're looking to try and prevent the disaster from having as much of an impact as it might have, or to actually reduce the probability of that disaster happening. FEMA's public image is often that we use helicopters to pluck people off of rooftops in the face of hurricanes or floods, and when we actually do a lot more. And in all honesty, we mission assign Coast Guard to do the plucking off of the roofs. We don't actually own any helicopters. And we have broad mission assignment capabilities under the Stafford Act, which is our enacting naval legislation, so we can actually assign other agencies to do work. At a federal level, the most effective way to save lives from our perspective from extreme heat incidents is through an increased focus on preparedness and resilience, and FEMA is fully engaged in these efforts. And I'll briefly describe 3 areas where we're working on preparedness. We are looking to improve messaging in public education, so we work very closely with NIHHIS and the communications team to make sure that our messaging is consistent with what is going out through the NIHHIS communications team. And we're looking to modify structures and landscapes to reduce urban heat impacts. And we also look to address economic issues or other community challenges that result in the lack of access to air conditioning money to pay utilities, etc. So we do understand that extreme heat disproportionately impacts vulnerable populations. One example of our communications is FEMA does have a hashtag Summer Ready campaign, which is designed to promote preparedness and resilience against extreme heat events. And we coordinate with NIHS's communication campaign to make sure that we're in sync with that. The hashtag Summer Campaign, Summer Ready website provides extreme heat safety tips for individuals. As part of the campaign, FEMA hosted a series of webinars for state, local, territorial, and tribal partners. governments, as well as other community partners on the federal funding available to help address extreme heat through effective mitigation. FEMA has also worked with one of our components, which is the U.S. Fire Administration, to teach the nation's emergency managers and first responders about this campaign to encourage them to join our efforts to ready our people and communities. In addition to preparedness, we know that building resilience is the best way for communities and their residents to mitigate the impacts of extreme heat and our changing climate. And FEMA has received nearly $7 billion in funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law to further this mission, resulting in the expansion of FEMA programs to mitigate risks from natural hazards, including extreme heat. Finally, we continue to look for ways to refine our approach to build resilience against extreme heat. This means formulating, influencing, and implementing policies to improve resilience and working hand in hand with the regions who are doing the boots on the ground work within communities. It also means supporting partnerships and interagency working groups like the NIHHIS to develop integrated, actionable information for the public. We'll speak a little bit more later on some of our specific programs, but with that, I'll turn it back to you, Crystal, and thank you for the opportunity.
Sure, and Nick, in the interest of time, if you'd like to mention a couple of specific programs now, that would be great.
Sure. So as part of FEMA's efforts to help emergency managers take action and invest locally in resilience, our hazard mitigation assistant grants can address extreme temperatures, including extreme heat. Understanding risk and developing actionable community-driven hazard mitigation plans are key steps to better protecting people and property from extreme temperatures and natural hazards. Another one that we have is the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, or BRIC program, Flood Mitigation Assistance, or FMA, Hazard Mitigation Grant Programs, or HMGP, and HMGP Post-Fire Grant Programs that may provide funding to mitigate the impacts of extreme temperatures. And then I'll mention one other one briefly. We have it's also important to test the systems that we have in place to protect people from an extreme temperature event if it ever happens. So through the National Exercise Program and Emergency Management Performance Grants, or EMPG, FEMA provides support to federal, state, local, and tribal and territorial partners to assess and enhance response capabilities, capacity, and training. The EPMG funds can help SLTTs develop heat emergency plans, test their effectiveness, and train emergency managers and first responders on their roles and responsibilities. And then finally, every year, the National Exercise Program, or NEP, Exercise Support Round, offers SLTTs no-cost assistance for exercise design, development, conduct, and evaluation to prepare against all hazards, including extreme heat. And we've seen an uptake in testing, whether they're protocols or policies. We've seen testing at the local level to address extreme heat, and we're starting to see those across the nation. So with that, I'll just conclude my comments. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you so much. And I love what you say about focusing on preparedness, and that really does save lives. It's another example where people may not be aware of all the breadth of the work that FEMA is doing on the preparedness side. So thanks so much for those comments. And now we'll turn to EPA, to Adriana, to talk about all the work happening over there. Adriana? We can't hear you, unfortunately. And still no. We'll let you work on that for just a minute, and then Anne, we will turn over to you from DOT to talk about DOT's vision for heat resilience and some specific initiatives that you're working on.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, when we think about transportation, we're always thinking about a world where people and goods can get where they need to go safely. And during extreme heat, that's particularly difficult. And we often see that transportation infrastructure itself can add to or be the cause of conditions that increase extreme heat. But we know that if we build resilient infrastructure, we've got an opportunity to both reduce and mitigate those impacts. And when I think about extreme heat and transportation, I'm generally thinking about three different things. It's how people get around, the infrastructure itself, and the workers in the sector. And so for your daily trips, if you have to leave the house during extreme heat, it can be very threatening. If you look at transit-dependent riders that have to wait for a bus for maybe 20 minutes with no shelter in extreme heat, that's an extreme risk for health complications. And when you think about infrastructure, we've seen things like buckling roads, runways, and railways. We've seen power grid failures that affect a lot of things, but also travel, including traffic signals and other transportation system components. It can mean severe delays for air and rail, and impact critical supply chains. And on the labor side, we need to think about our workers. And heat is already a leading cause of weather-related deaths in the United States. And if it increases in severity and frequency, then we're going to see workers in transportation and construction and manufacturing at even higher risk in comparison to other sectors. So one thing that we're doing is releasing an updated climate adaptation plan, where we're going to share our vision for incorporating extreme heat considerations into the transportation system. And we plan for that to come out this summer. And related to specific things that we're doing, the work that we're doing, first I'll hit on a regulatory initiative that we have. Our Federal Transit Administration proposed a minimum safety standard for rail transit. I'm sorry, my remarks just disappeared. So that was just recently announced, I think yesterday. Another thing that I will mention is our Protect funding. So we have our Protect funds, both formula and discretionary funds that, oh, here we go, I got it back. My Chrome decided to restart mid remarks. You get that thing that pops up all day and then it actually hits. So yes, Protect. That was where I was going. So we just a couple of days ago put out $830 million in. It's promoting resilient operations for transformative, efficient, and cost-saving transportation. This is a brand new program. We have both discretionary and formula dollars. It's the first of its kind to promote resilient infrastructure. It can address things like sea level rise, extreme heat. And like I said, it's paired with $7.3 billion in formula funding over the 5 years of the bipartisan infrastructure law. We also have the low carbon materials program through the Inflation Reduction Act, which we have a state request for applications out now, and a local notice of funding opportunity for kind of cities and local entities coming out soon. It's 1.2 billion. Yeah, 1.2 billion for states and about 800 million for local entities. That money can be used to purchase low carbon materials, and also kind of develop the language and identification activities that are needed to demonstrate those materials are appropriate for federal aid construction projects. That can include things like pool pavements and other projects. And those types of projects aren't just happening in these very specific grant programs. They're also eligible through a lot of our kind of blue chip, have been around for a number of years, grant programs, including our RAISE program, also rural infra. A lot of these things that are open now, I will point you to our DOT Navigator for the myriad of open grant funding opportunities. But one to highlight was a $24 million award to the city of Davis for a cool pavements project. They're going to install cool pavement technologies to replace roadway underlayment, to rehabilitate several portions of roadways in Davis that will help to deal with extreme heat and combat the heat island effect. I'll also note we've got a couple of research opportunities. FTA and the Census Bureau are working together on an urban heat island solutions website that's owned and maintained actually through the National League of Cities. It includes a tool that uses data on bus stops combined with the FEMA heat risk index and USDA tree canopy data to identify bus stops that are high heat risk areas with low tree canopy. So if you are one of those folks who is transit dependent and needs to stand outside for 20 minutes, hopefully this tool can help you be safe while you are taking that trip. FTA is also planning on creating an Office of Resiliency that will help address the effects of extreme heat for transit riders. And FHWA has created a sustainable pavements program and established a working group that will help with information sharing and integrate stakeholder technical feedback and input into their overall sustainability efforts. And lastly, I'll just mention that our NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, in partnership with the Ad Council, hosts a National Heat Stroke Prevention Day as part of a public awareness campaign to encourage drivers to check in on children in the backseat of car during extreme heat events.
Thank you so much, Anne, and thanks for your resilience in the face of technical difficulties here as well. I'm no stranger to those myself. Huge breadth of work that DOT is doing, and thank you for lifting up, especially the DOT Navigator and open funding opportunities. I'm sure there'll be of interest to folks here. We will give EPA another try here. Speaking of technical difficulties, Adriana, are you able to join? Let's see. It looks on my end like there's a mute button. Paul or others from NIHHIS, are you able to do any troubleshooting here on the mute? Oh, maybe now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Yay!
Yay, we did it.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you, Crystal, for moderating this panel, and to the NIHHIS team for organizing this event for the third year in a row. I'm a huge fan of the NIHHIS heat mapping campaign. A couple of years ago, when I was serving in Montgomery County, Maryland, we had the opportunity to participate in the heat mapping campaign, and this event helped to galvanize my community around the issue of heat preparedness. I want to give a special shout out to the state and local partners who are tuning in and who are doing incredibly important work on the ground to prepare for the fast approaching extreme heat season. And I appreciate this opportunity to talk about the Environmental Protection Agency's efforts, which support the Biden-Harris administration's priority to tackle the climate crisis and protect everyone in the U.S. from extreme heat. In the past year, the federal government and states and cities across the country have continued to advance equitable heat resilience. But we know that there's still a great deal of work to be done. Heat continues to be the leading weather-related killer in the U.S. EPA has many programs, resources, and research underway to help inform and support extreme heat solutions. But before I go over EPA's heat-related efforts, I'm excited to announce that we've just published a new webpage that summarizes EPA's work to reduce exposure to extreme heat. And I'm going to post a link to the new EPA webpage in the chat. We're also working to make the new webpage directly available from heat.gov. EPA's programs are focused on environmental justice, heat island mitigation, and climate adaptation, all of which support extreme heat solutions and advance EPA's mission to protect human health and the environment. Our Climate Resilient Schools program helps school districts upgrade their buildings to advance health equity and ensure that schools are safe from a range of climate impacts, including extreme heat. EPA's Brownfield program works to clean up contaminated sites, which can then be redeveloped with green infrastructure solutions that can cool neighborhoods. We also conduct research on the direct impacts of heat on human health. We study the impacts of heat on older adults and the effectiveness of public messaging for wildfire smoke and extreme heat co-exposures. As we've seen in the past few years, heat impacts are felt all across America, but we also know that climate change and extreme heat don't impact everyone equally. Underserved communities experience disproportionate exposure and harm due to historical patterns of inequity, socioeconomic disparities, and systemic environmental injustices. EPA's own research on heat islands and equity shows links between hotter neighborhoods in cities and demographic factors like race and income. Some of these discrepancies can be linked to historical redlining practices. The good news is that there are major funding opportunities available under the Inflation Reduction Act. EPA is able to make unprecedented investments to build resilience to the impacts of climate change and curb greenhouse gas emissions. EPA's community change grants will provide around $2 billion in funding to support community-driven projects to tackle environmental and climate justice challenges. This includes mitigating climate and health risks from urban heat islands and extreme heat through projects such as community resiliency hubs and new parks and open spaces to cool neighborhoods. These grants are the single largest investment in U.S. history to support environmental justice at the community level. These grants will be awarded to community-based nonprofit organizations or to partnerships between community-based organizations and federally recognized tribes, local governments, or institutions of higher education. And applications to these grants are open now until November 21st of this year, and EPA is reviewing applications on a rolling basis. We're also providing over $4.6 billion in grants to states, local governments, tribes, and territories to develop and implement plans for reducing greenhouse gas emissions through the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program. In addition to climate change mitigation and pollution reduction, these plans will also help communities build resilience to the impacts of climate change, including extreme heat. We recently announced that 45 states plus DC and Puerto Rico, as well as dozens of metropolitan areas, have now developed climate action plans through investments under this program, the CPRG program. And these grants are especially popular because it's up to states to decide how the funding is used. And over 96% of the US population is covered by one of these plans. These vast funding opportunities allow communities to incorporate heat resilient solutions into the broader topics of climate action and pollution reduction. Through these investments, particularly in disadvantaged communities, EPA is helping to reduce disparities in exposure to extreme heat and build a more equitable and resilient future for all in the face of climate change.
Thank you so much, Adriana. I really appreciate you in particular raising the issue of disparities and exposure to extreme heat, and want to drill down on that. We only have a few minutes left in our panel, unfortunately, but want to give the other panelists also an opportunity to kind of drill down on that particular question on, what steps is your agency taking to reduce those disparities and exposure to extreme heat? And we'll head back to HUD for a quick response on that.
Thanks, Crystal. I think, again, that speaks exactly to the work that HUD does, right? And so our participating in this federal panel, all the work that we've been doing over the past year focused on extreme heat, really responds to the need to invest in low income and disadvantaged communities. The work that we do and the people that we serve are already facing the impacts of extreme heat and climate change. They suffer, from the burdens of disinvestment and historic discrimination. And so when we are doing the work and when we are focused on extreme heat and we are looking how to integrate that into our policies and into our programs and how to help and identify resources for our program participants and our communities, we are putting equity at the center of the conversation.
Thanks so much, Alexis. Julie, anything to add from NOAA?
All right. Well, so first of all, a lot of what we do is inherently equity-based, especially with the urban heat island work. So Dr. Swimrad announced the new campaigns, and that's our 7th or 8th year. We will have mapped 80 communities around the US and now even more, and we're working internationally. So I think getting to where are the most vulnerable populations and helping communities have the information they need to be able to take action. We don't just go map, we put it with vulnerability information that either the communities provide or we use CDC's data. And so that is one thing that we're doing. We're also, importantly for us, working with CDC, with HHS. John mentioned at HHS the new OCHI, Office of Climate Change and Health Equity Outlook, Climate and Health Outlook. So we are working to make sure that we are providing information that is relevant to the health sector, and that happens through our urban heat campaigns. It happens increasingly through our new centers of excellence, one on urban community engagement and observations and one on policy. But it also happens through these tabletop exercises. NOAA works regionally, and we also work with other agencies regionally. And that's the way to get down to the local level. Like HEAT is really hard because we're at the federal level, but a lot of the response is very local or individual. So we work with our communities through our regional networks and our state, climatologists and state networks and even community level engagements to do these tabletop exercises and help communities bring themselves together to address heat. And I will just say that we're also doing this internationally through one of the initiatives called Prepare. We're helping build heat health early warning systems, not just within the US and not heat risk, which we're hearing a bit about, but also globally, especially in Africa and some of the more underserved parts of the world. So we're trying to work with those whose responsibility and it is to serve those most underserved populations. And then one last thing is within NOAA, we have our number 2 person at NOAA, Dr. Janie Bavishi. Her job is infusing equity throughout NOAA's work. We have it inherently, but we actually have a new research strategy and a climate services strategy that focuses on equity and building resilience. So I think in NOAA, we're taking it seriously across the board, and HEAT is just one example. So thank you. And I know we're out of time, so I could go on, but those are the highlights. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you. I think we could have our own workshop with each one of you that would last, a few days, but we have to move on. John, I know you opened your remarks with HHS talking about vulnerable populations. Is there anything more you want to add about reducing disparities?
Just some examples of exactly how we go about this. And some of this has to do with the data work that we do, the data resources. For example, we have partnered with NHTSA, the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, to create something called the EMS Heat Tracker, which allows health officials at the county and state level to highlight where within a state the highest burden of heat-related EMS activations are. Those data are being built into now another project that we're doing with CDC to create a heat vulnerability index that will get us to the zip code level. So part of what we're doing is really creating the intensive data resources to get hyper-local and be able to allow communities, first of all, to demonstrate impacts, but also to allow planners to highlight and target the most vulnerable communities. And sorry if you hear a barking dog. I mentioned the financial resources that go to low-income families and low-income households from LIHEAP and from Medicaid. I just want to pick up 2 other things. While HHS did not receive any specific, that is the mailman at the front door, any specific congressional funding for community climate and health resilience, our Office of Environmental Justice is in the midst of an Environmental Justice Innovator Community Innovator Challenge, which is supporting environmental justice communities to address climate and environmental health stressors. We're about to announce the first round of winners, and I can't tell you the details, but I looked at the entries, and some of the most competitive entries were featuring very creative and innovative approaches. So we're kind of partnering in and trying to partner in with the larger sums coming from the Inflation Reduction Act. Another way we're approaching this is by directing Inflation Reduction Act resources to the healthcare safety net. We're doing that uniquely in our Office of Climate Change and Health Equity to lift up community health centers, essential hospitals, rural hospitals. And then lastly, Secretary Becerra just announced a new initiative on protecting farm workers from extreme heat and wildfire smoke. We know that migrant farm workers are particularly vulnerable, a lot of problems with the protections of them. Secretary Becerra is convening all of the components I mentioned of HHS in a sprint, basically, to improve protection of farm workers from heat and wildfire smoke. So I'll stop there.
Thanks so much, Sean. We'll just say that was the U.S. Postal Service also participating in the panel with your dog there. Well, we'll turn to FEMA. What steps is your agency taking to reduce disparities in exposure?
So as we heard from our colleagues at EPA, the use of sustainable materials, building materials to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is one way. So we're making our grants focus on concrete, asphalt, glass, and steel that have lower carbon footprints compared to conventional materials. That's one way to increase the use of those products. On the working with populations, FEMA partners with a national coalition of faith-based and community organizations that support vulnerable populations. Our primary approach is to prioritizing assistance for extreme heat to vulnerable populations, including, but not limited to, some of the things that we've heard. Equipping non-governmental organizations with federal resources and information intended to mitigate against the impacts of extreme heat, working and hosting with DHS Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partners, and FEMA co-hosted a free webinar on extreme heat and the impacts on mental health, focused on mental health impacts of extreme heat, especially on those who are greatest at risk. It offered preparedness tips, best community engagement practices, and lessons learned from non-governmental organizations. FEMA has also conducted research on protective actions for extreme heat, which is available on our website. And then we also do some queries. Our individual and community preparedness division does some work in the National Household Survey on disaster preparedness. And in that, we highlight some of the vulnerabilities and needs of populations based on income. So we do a variety of different outreach and engagement activities with the vulnerable populations, partnered with a number of different organizations, including many on the call today and on the panel today. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great. We'll turn it back to Adriana. I know you mentioned this a lot in your remarks, but if there's anything more that you'd like to add about disadvantaged communities from EPA's perspective, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm excited to see that the next session is a keynote from author Jeff Goodell, and I believe he has joined us. In his book on extreme heat, he has a passage that stood out to me, and he writes that it is the great urban engineering project of our time, making a city that was not designed for extreme heat into a city that is livable under extreme heat. And that is indeed a tall order, but it is a challenge that we must face head on. And one thing that EPA would want every American to know about extreme heat is that solutions exist, and that the solutions to address extreme heat, such as tree planting, installing green roofs and cool roofs, and creating rain gardens, can also create safer streets for pedestrians and bicyclists, add new parks and greener schoolyards, and invite tourism and economic development to communities. And EPA is excited to partner with communities to support the design, planning, and installations of these solutions to extreme heat.
Thank you so much. And then I'll go last but not least to Anne, DOT. How's your agency working to take action to reduce disparities?
Sure. So we're very committed to the administration's Justice 40 program. And for those not familiar, this initiative commits to spending 40% or providing 40% of the benefits for the covered programs to disadvantaged communities. And there are a lot of opportunities for incorporating resilience and especially addressing extreme heat through our Justice 40 programs at DOT. One of them that I'll highlight for you is our Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhood Access program, which this year gave $3.6 billion of awards to low-income communities to address the challenges of inequality, environmental justice, and climate impacts. And so part of that is for community planning initiatives that can include monitoring and assessing gaps in tree canopy and green space, urban heat islands, and other climate health risks. This is a holistic approach, and it helps communities address really hyper-local challenges. They can pick out the solution that's going to work best for them, whether that's a greenway, highway capping, trees, bike lanes, EV infrastructure, and they can think about from that menu, what's the best way to combat extreme heat and other environmental climate risks in their area. And I know we're short on time, so I'll just say that in the coming months, we've got a number of different upcoming activities. We're gonna have some funding opportunities. We're going to be assessing climate vulnerability and risk across our own portfolio of physical assets. And we're going to be establishing a baseline to understand extreme heat risk in the transportation workforce and occupation for occupational health and safety. So I'll just echo all of my colleagues' comments. We know that this is an incredibly important issue area for disadvantaged communities, and looking forward to working with you all to address it.
Thank you so much, Anne, and thank you so much to all of our panelists. We are at time, so we will have to leave it there. If you're asking yourself, gosh, these are so many different programs, how do I keep them all straight? I will put a plug in for heat.gov. It is a central repository for lots of things that the federal government is doing on heat. It's getting better every week and every month, and getting more resources on it. But thank you so much to all the panelists for everything you've shared, huge amounts of resources. And I will now turn it back over to Paul so we can introduce our next speaker.
Right, thank you. And I'll echo that, Crystal. A huge thank you to all the panelists. It's amazing to hear more about all of the kind of accelerating efforts on heat from multiple federal agencies and how it's all tied together with these collaborative projects. And thanks again to Crystal for moderating that session, and of course to CEQ for supporting our efforts. So we have one last session for today, a keynote address by Jeff Goodell. Jeff was born and raised in Silicon Valley, where his family has lived for 4 generations. He has a BA from the University of California, Berkeley, and an MFA from Columbia University in New York. Jeff Goodell's latest book is the New York Times bestseller, The Heat Will Kill You First: Life and Death on a Scorched Planet. He's the author of 6 previous books as well, including The Water Will Come, Rising Seas, Sinking Cities, and the Remaking of the Civilized World, which was a New York Times Critics' top book of 2017. He's covered climate change for more than 2 decades at Rolling Stone, the New York Times Magazine, and many other publications. He was a fellow at New America in 2016 and 2017, and was a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council from 2019 to 2022. As a commentator on energy and environmental issues, he's appeared on NPR, MSNBC, CNN, CNBC, ABC, NBC, Fox, and The Oprah Winfrey Show. He was awarded a 2020 Guggenheim Fellowship in General Nonfiction. He lives in Austin, Texas, with his wife, Simone, the director of the Blanton Museum of Art. It is my pleasure to turn it over to Jeff for the keynote address.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. I am very honored to be here. I am very grateful to have the opportunity to talk with all of you. I just dipped into a few minutes of the conversation that was just preceding this, and the work that you guys are all doing is so important, not only for saving people's lives and for dealing with extreme heat, but also it was so important for me in putting my book together, and my reliance on the work that you have done and are all doing was not only key to sort of informing the shape and tone of my book, but also sort of incredibly inspiring to me. So I'm really grateful to be here to talk to you. I thought I would just talk briefly about my book and about what I talk about when I talk about my book. I've been kind of on the road for a better part of the last 9 months, going around the country talking about my book and talking about heat. And I've learned a lot in talking to others about the book, about the problems of communicating about heat. And I thought I would just share quickly with you what I try to talk about when I'm out there and how I try to talk about it. It might be helpful to you. Can I have the first slide, please? So the first thing I want to talk about that comes up all the time, and I think any of you who have looked at the book or heard about the book might wonder, is why in the heck would I call a book The Heat Will Kill You First? This is a title that I came up with, as I usually come up with titles at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm, tossing around in bed thinking, what the hell am I going to call my book? When I proposed it to my publisher, they were not thrilled, to say the least. Basically, this is a terrible idea for a book title. No one's going to buy this book. It's scary, it's doomy. can't you think of something more entertaining and inviting? And I was, of course, have you read the book, first of all? But more importantly than that, what I was trying to do with this title and why it was important to me and why I fought for it and why I eventually, with the help of my wonderful editor, won over my publisher, Little Brown, was that I think a lot of the talk about and discussion about climate change in general and heat in particular is too remote. That we talk about climate change and the risks of climate change and the challenge of climate change as if it's something sort of far off in the distance. It's something that's happening, in Antarctica. It's something that's happening to future generations. It's something that's happening to people who live on the other side of the planet. And it's not focused enough on us and on the here and now and on the urgency of what it can do to us. And of course, heat is the embodiment of the sort of risks of climate change to the here and now and to us and to our lives. My previous book was about sea level rise, and I often joke about how, you can stand on the beach in Miami Beach, and no matter what's going on in Antarctica, you're not going to drown because, a big ice sheet collapsed in Antarctica the moment you happen to be standing on the beach. It's very different, of course, with heat because, you can be out on a hike on a really hot day. And if you're not prepared and you get in the wrong circumstances, and you're, in any way kind of physically vulnerable, it can kill you very quickly. So the reason I called the book The Heat Will Kill You First is because of this. I really wanted to make it feel personal, and I wanted to take that risk with my readership that people would pick up this book. And you can judge for yourself whether or not you think it's a good title. But I wanted to explain my thinking about this. And I think if any of you have looked at the book, you'll see that one of the things that I tried to do in this book is tell stories that make heat, this invisible killer, as is often just called, make it feel visible, make it something that we can recognize and think about and then consider what to do about. And this is a big challenge. Next slide, please. So I took these pictures the other day at the Austin airport. And the picture on the left is I walked into the bookstore at the airport, and I happened to be wandering around as like every author. I'm going in to check to see if they have my book, and luckily for me, they did. But I saw this book not so far away called Austin is Cool, which I thought was cool. And it's Austin is a place where there's great tacos and great music, and yes, Austin is cool. But what amused me is as soon as I walked out of the bookstore, there was a poster on the wall that's on the right that talks about Austin as hot music, hot temps. It's a hot city. And this Austin is cool, Austin is hot thing, to me embodies a big part of the problem of communicating and building awareness about climate change. It's sort of infused into our language that hot can be cool, hot can be good. I worked at Rolling Stone for a long time. We would put together hot lists every summer of the best albums, the best movies, the best books, whatever. You meet somebody and they're attractive and people joke about how he or she is hot. Hot can be a good thing, but it's also, of course, as we are all making it our business to know and to talk about, a risk, a danger, a thing that can kill you. But I think it's really important to kind of frame any understanding and thinking about climate change, about heat in the context of climate change, and acknowledge the ambiguity in the language of how we talk about it. And that is to me, one of the big challenges in getting people to pay attention and in getting this message that we're all working on to build awareness about this out there. And what you do about that and how you manage that is something that everyone has to figure out for themselves. But it's something that I think, is inherent in any discussion of extreme heat. Next slide. One of the things that I really try to underscore in this book and give broader context to this idea, the risks of extreme heat, is this idea of the Goldilocks zone. The Goldilocks zone is a phrase that I learned from scientists who are looking for life on other planets. And they're looking for planets where it's not so hot that the water they're looking for the presence of liquid water. If it's too hot, the water is evaporated and it's, like Venus. If it's too cold, all of the water is ice. And they're looking for presence of liquid water as a kind of precursor for life. And so they talk about looking for planets in the Goldilocks zone. And this is a really important idea that I try to give, that I talk about in my book, but I also try to talk about in my conversations that I have with people about the book. Next slide, please. Because it's really important, I think, to grasp, to understand the scope and scale of what we're facing here, is that, human civilization, everything that we've built, all living things around us have sort of evolved in this sort of stable temperature zone, especially in the last 15,000 years or so. Civilization has emerged in a relatively stable time. Yes, temperatures on Earth have gone up and down. There's been palm trees in the Arctic and all that, and that's a whole other conversation. But what's important, I think, to understand really the risks of heat is understanding that it's not just our bodies that have evolved in this stable climate zone of relatively small fluctuations in temperature, but also every other living thing, including, everything from butterflies to mosquitoes to redwood trees, have all evolved in this steady zone also. But also the cities that we've built, the infrastructure that we've built, everything has been kind of calibrated to this relatively narrow zone. And as this chart shows, we're moving rapidly out of that zone. And I think that grasping this is really important to understanding, again, the sort of scope and scale of the challenge that extreme heat suggests for us. Because this world that we built and our own bodies, the world that our own bodies have evolved in, we are not built for this world that we're creating as we continue to dump CO2 into the atmosphere and heat up our climate. And that is a big problem. And that is makes this question of adaptation and how we're going to adapt, and how are we going to not just adapt as humans, but how are we going to rebuild our cities? How are we going to deal with crop failure? How are we going to deal with infrastructure, bridges that were not designed for these kinds of extreme heat? Everyone talks about runways and things like that, asphalt not melting on runways and slowing flights and things like that. This idea that this is bigger than just humans, and that this whole civilization was built in this one steady zone, I think is a really big idea, big picture idea that is important to communicate. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I try to get across in the book is the idea that it's not just the distant people who live in faraway lands, and it's not just outdoor workers, who we all know are vulnerable. It's not just people who have heart problems or other kinds of kind of physical vulnerabilities to extreme heat that are vulnerable, that we're all vulnerable. And that everybody is, if it's hot enough and you're in the wrong circumstance, vulnerable to this. So I think it's important to really talk about the vulnerabilities and I talk about heat as a predatory force, as it absolutely is, but it's also important to grasp this notion that, you know, nobody is immune from this. And I do this in the book by telling the story of this family who went for a hike in California. I won't go into the details, but they didn't return from the hike. It was a 7-mile hike, and their friends, when they didn't return the next day, got worried, and they called the sheriff. Sheriff sent out a search party, and they were all dead on the trail. And it was a mystery that you know, it took the sheriff department 6 or 8 weeks to actually determine that they all essentially died of heat stroke. The husband, the wife, the child, who you see pictured here, and then also their dog. They were all found on the trail. And I go into this in great detail in the, excuse me, in the book, because I really wanted to tell a powerful narrative story about how it can affect everyone, even healthy people who can, you know, who are experienced and, you know, think that they understand how to deal with heat. Even people like that are vulnerable. And I write about my own experience with climbing a volcano in Nicaragua on a hot, humid day, and my own experience with heat exhaustion. And I think that trying to again to talk at once about the predatory force of heat, but also about the sort of everyday vulnerability is really important. Next slide, please. Another key message that I really try to get out in the book is that heat is, you know, a force that can kill us, that you know, is deadly to our bodies. Small rises in internal heat, body temperature have profound implications, and I go into all of that in the book. And in fact, one reviewer compared the book to a horror novel because of the nuance of the details that I go into about what actually happens to your body during a heat stroke. And I thought that comparison was actually okay, because it is pretty horrific. And I think that people sort of need to understand that. But I also think that this need to understand that heat is, you know, as I call it in the book, this engine of planetary chaos. So that heat is, next slide, please. Heat is the force that is behind all of these other impacts that we think about when we think about climate change. Right now, the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, a place that I have been to a number of times and love very dearly, has just suffered an extreme bleaching event. We all know about the wildfires in Canada last summer that turned the skies orange. On the East Coast, the increasing scientific understanding of the danger of wildfire smoke, the issue of crop failures, drought-driven and heat-driven, food shortages, what the implications of that are, spreading of vector-borne diseases. I talk about that a lot in the book. You know, mosquitoes, like humans and like every other living thing, have a Goldilocks zone, and they, as we all know, are quite mobile. So when the temperatures change, the insects change, and they bring things with them that, you know, we are not happy to have around, like dengue fever and like Zika, and in some cases here now, even in the US now, we're seeing malaria coming back in some places. And this is, of course, true globally, and I talk about that in detail in the book. But the important thing is to frame heat also as the driver of all of these things. Heat is what is ultimately behind the wildfires, the bleaching of the coral reefs, food failures, disease changes. It is the engine of kind of planetary chaos. Next slide, please. And it's also the engine of political chaos, right? This is a picture of the Rio Grande at the Texas border. I'm talking to you from Texas. Everybody knows that, I mean, it's pointing out the obvious to say that border politics is what's driving, you know, national politics. There's a discussion of politics in America today, this question of who's allowed to come in, how do we keep them in or out? This is all going to be accelerated as our world heats up. This question of migration, of whether it's of creatures that are carrying diseases, whether it's migration of crops, whether it's migration of people, is going to become a bigger and bigger factor. And that is ultimately all driven by heat. And so I think that framing it as this larger force has been really important to me in helping people to sort of understand what the risks are that we're talking about when we talk about extreme heat, and why it's so important to have these conversations about heat. Next slide, please. And inevitably, when I give talks or people ask me about my book, or whether it's at a cocktail party or friends coming over or in front of a room of 1,000 people at a university, someone will stand up and say, "Are we doomed or are we not?" And that is this binary question, I think, is out there all the time, and it's something that's new. I mean, I've been writing about this for 20 years, and I wasn't asked, "Are we doomed or are we not?" 5 years ago in every public conversation we have. And I think it's really important to address this head on. And when I talk about this, I talk about how, of course, we are not doomed, that there is no global tipping point. There is no one moment when it gets too hot. I mean, there obviously is a moment when our bodies get too hot, and there's moments when there are, tipping points for ecosystems. I talk about going to Antarctica and looking at Thwaites Glacier, one of the most vulnerable glaciers in Antarctica, and how it's reacting to the heat from the Southern Ocean in my book. And it absolutely has a tipping point. It absolutely has a place when it begins to crack up and fall apart. And we may have already passed that. And once it goes, it's not coming back for a very long time. But those are regional and individual tipping points. The insurance industry, you could argue, is reaching a tipping point in places like Texas, Florida, California, and others. But this idea that there's a global tipping point, that there's a moment when it's too hot, when we've crossed over into some doomland, is a really important question to address, I think. And I point out the obvious, that the actions we take today determine what our future looks like, that every ton of CO2 that we keep out of the atmosphere contributes to a cooler future. Every better bus stop we build protects people. Every tree that we plant and maintain, let me say, of course, it creates shade. Every rooftop that we paint white, every step of progress is really important. And there's no moment when it's all too late. Next slide, please. In Texas here, it's really great to talk about the progress with renewable energy. I mean, here I am in Austin, Texas, fossil fuel capital of America, arguably. And last week on the grid, 70% of the power was from renewable energy. It's booming here, and it's booming because of technological innovation, because its power is getting cheaper and cheaper. And it's a kind of great success story. And if it can happen here in Texas, then it can happen anywhere, and it is happening. That's one of the great inspiring aspects of this climate story after 20 years of writing about this, is seeing how rapidly the cost of renewable energy is declining, and how that the implications for that in the future. Next slide, please. And even in the last few years, we're getting so much better. I know a lot of you are working on this yourselves, and it's really urgent, and I talk about it a lot in the book, but just the messaging about heat, talking about heat, building awareness to heat, and how people need to react to it, what kind of precautions to take. I see it all the time here in Texas, where the sort of messaging from governments and emergency response and the media here on hurricanes is so good and so excellent. And when it comes to heat, though, there's still a long way to go. And even in the 3 or 4 years that I've been engaged in this, as I was reporting and writing my book, I've seen major changes in how we think about this, the idea of ranking heat waves in a way that helps people make more sense of it to them. All this stuff is, of course, really urgent and goes to this thing that I started with, which was the confusion in our language about heat and is it good, is it bad, is it just about going to the beach? How do we think about risk and things like that? So this messaging issue is really important. I'm seeing a lot of progress on that, but I also think that we have a long way to go. Next slide. And this is a rendering of Paris, of the sort of bringing in nature in Paris. They're one of the cities, everyone always asks me, because I talk about heat island effect and all these things that you know about very well. What cities are doing the most, showing the most progress in sort of reinventing themselves. And I talk often about Paris. They're doing amazing things, as I'm sure a lot of you know, but I really underscore how these problems can be solved with the political will to really push these changes forward. And I find Paris very inspiring because it is a historic city that's so iconic and has so much built infrastructure, and there's so much pressure against not changing that, not redoing the Champs-Élysées, not messing with the tin roofs that turn a lot of these 18th century buildings into sort of ovens. And I think that if Paris can do this, then every other city in the world can do this. And I think using these kinds of examples is really important in showing how, we can build better places, that cities that have more nature, more trees, more water, more public green spaces, all the things that you know about. This is about building a better world. And I think that message gets lost a lot in our conversations about this. And then the last slide, please. And, I really think it's important to stress, and I go out of my way to stress that not just heat, but climate change is very scary. There's going to be a lot of loss, there's going to be a lot of changes, and it's coming. And, science and physics don't care about our beliefs, whether we kind of believe in it or not, whether we take action or not. Our world is changing fast. But I really, people ask me, like, you've been writing about climate change for 20 years, why aren't you living in your basement drinking bourbon and scrawling on the wall with crayons about, the lost world? It's because I really do believe that this is an opportunity, because everything is at stake, because how we get our food, where we grow our food, how we build our cities, all these things, how we create energy are going to change. And if we get educated about it, if we're good at communicating about this, if we help inspire people to think about this as, yes, the risks are huge, yes, it's scary, but yes, it's also an enormous opportunity. And we can not just kind of reduce the risks, but we can actually, use this moment to build a better world. And this to me, these are some architectural petals that are built, that are recently installed at the Blanton Museum of Art, which, as you heard in the introduction, is where my wife works. She's the director of it. I had no impact on any of this, but they're great examples of shade structures that are also really beautiful. And the installation of these petals turned this frying pan plaza into this lovely, lovely space full of dappled shade, that even on 110 degrees here in Austin, it's still a wonderful place to hang out. And it used to be, before these structures were put in last year, nobody would go to this plaza. It was a ghost town. And now it's like one of the central gathering points and, you know, Instagram centers of Austin. And every time you go there, even on a really hot day, there's lots of people hanging out there. And to me, it's an example of how we can, you know, use these challenges to make, not just build a better world, but a sort of more beautiful and more just world. And I think that certainly that's why I'm out there talking about this. And I'm sure that it's why a lot of you are also. So I think that I'm at the end of my time. So there's so much more that I could talk about, but that's just a sort of big, broad overview of my book and my kind of thinking about this, and how I, in my own way, are trying to kind of navigate out there in communicating about extreme heat, which I know all of you are doing the same. I'm again grateful for all your work. It's so important, and thank you very much for being here with me.
Jeff, thank you so much. Let's just give Jeff a big virtual or physical round of applause. Really, we are so grateful that you spent some time with us and closed out our first day of our third NIHHIS National in such great form. I was really, the planetary chaos and the political chaos really resonated. And I think of what we've heard today in terms of the work that we're doing to try and help ameliorate that from the urban heat mapping. And actually, I believe that one of the places we're mapping is along the Rio Grande and Laredo this year. So hopefully that will help. I mean, little tangible things to like the big challenge that you laid out for us for thinking differently about what does a heat resilient community even look like? You know, what is a new tree? What are shade structures? Like, let's get really creative, because I am taking from you, and I'm going to let people actually speak with you in just a minute, but I would like to give you a final word, but I'm going to give a few marching orders first. So I heard amazing opportunity, really take the risk to heart. And one of the reasons that we were so thrilled to have you with us is that we are talking about some of those multiple hazards and cascading impacts that you highlight in your book. So we're really grateful that you helped us think about those differently. So we get to wildfires and infectious disease and other things, including art and culture and different ways of communicating. So thank you for that. I'm going to give you the last word, a heads up of what are the parting sentence or two that you want to inspire people with. And then while you're thinking about that, I'm going to tell folks in the chat, you can sign in for the networking session. And Jeff has kindly agreed to add himself to the networking space. So if you want to go speak with him further and have a chat with him about his book or other books or, you know, pathways for the future, he's spending the next hour with us. So please sign in there. You have a link. If you don't have the link or you miss the link, you can go to heat.gov, but you can also check the chat and sign in now. So Jeff, one last parting sentence, and then we will close out the day and move to our networking session. What would you inspire us to do?
Well, I think that, you know, I guess I would go back to what I was saying at the end there, which is that I think that it's really important to frame what we're going through right now and all of this conversation and all of these initiatives and all of this thinking around the idea of opportunity and that this is about a chance to build a better world. I mean, these kinds of moments don't happen in human civilization that often, where the scale and scope of the challenge is so huge that everything is up for grabs. And I think that that's scary, but it's also incredibly inspiring.
Those are amazing parting words, and I will concur with that. I think most of us are in this because we know there's a chance to do things differently, and it is bigger than anyone can do, and bigger than all of us. But the risks are high, but the reward is enormous. And so let me just say thank you to you. Thank you to the moderators for the day, to the speakers for the day, to our federal panelists, to the White House for moderating the session, to our agency heads for opening, going all the way back up to our weather service and EPA and folks for giving us the context of the coming year. This was a stage-setting day and ending on inspiration for how we can work together moving forward. And also for the next couple of days, right? We've got the networking session, we've got communications. I heard a lot about communications, so join that session tomorrow morning. And then even on Thursday, we didn't plan it this way, but you showcased Paris And I am pretty sure that we have a speaker talking about innovative cooling solutions from Paris on a session on Thursday. So we're really, really grateful that you wove that together for us in ways we weren't even anticipating. And so, Paul, I see you are on here as well. And I know we have the joint closure. So I think I've done my part in giving people the links and actually thanking Jeff, but let me give you the final remarks, Paul, if you'd like to close us out.
No, thanks, Julie. Just a reminder, this is just the beginning. We've got 2 more days of this meeting. We've got the networking session and wide variety of things planned for this heat season. So I'll echo Julie's thanks to everyone and thank you all for participating today, and we'll see you in the networking session. Right, that
Absolutely.
concludes day 1.
It does. We'll keep it open for a minute if you want the chat, but hop on over. See you in a few minutes.
Hello, quick question. This is the interpreters here.
Hi, yes.
Is there a separate link that we should use for that session? For
Yes,
the networking session?
Yes, I can email that to you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I didn't thank the interpreters, but you guys, that was really, I normally am better at that, but
You're completely fine.
Tomorrow. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry because and it's hard. I know we are speaking fast to try to get through the times, and you guys are really working hard. So thank you for helping us communicate.
No problem. Thank you.
Are you getting enough switches? I saw a little bit of that earlier. Are we managing the timing okay?
You're
muted. Still on mute.
So sorry. I think we are doing that pretty well. We're communicating with each other and trying to make sure everything is done pretty good. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that the individual who needs the services is able to access us if better tomorrow. Yeah, we'll probably do that tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for helping especially the one person who reached out to us too was having trouble with that.
Yeah, I thought I would help, but I don't know if it worked.
Do we need to do anything different for this session next, Morgan?
Nope, Jonathan and I are gonna hop over and start up the breakout sessions, but we'll start at 4:15.
Okay. All right.
I will have to close this down. I can't run both at once.
Yep. Yeah, we're all set. I stopped the recording.
Okay. All right. Were you guys ready for me to end the meeting, end the webinar?
Let's do it. Thank you.
All right.